Good morning, everyone. It's now 10 a.m, so I'll open this inquiry. My name's Christopher Warren. I'm a reporter from the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct an inquiry into the application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the construction and operation of the Scoop Hill Community Wind Farm, comprising of 60 wind turbines and other infrastructure on land approximately 5 kilometres south-east of Moffat in Dumfries and Galloway. Now, this inquiry is being held because Dumfries and Galloway Council has lodged an objection, which has not been withdrawn. So, after the inquiry, I'll prepare a report for ministers, which will include my recommendation on whether or not consent should be given for the wind farm. Now, before I go any further, can you all hear me clearly? Great. Tell me if that changes. So, there's a few housekeeping points before I say a little bit more about the order of events. You may have noticed this inquiry is being live streamed on the DPA webcast site, and a recording of each day's proceedings can also be viewed there. So, by participating today, you're consenting to the recording, storage and use of this material for webcasting, training and for the keeping of records that are accessible by the public. Now, in order for the webcasting to work properly, we need to be really disciplined in the use of our microphones, so they need to be on when we're speaking, but otherwise turned off. Don't do what I did as I arrived. Please don't pick them up by the stalk, because they will stop working. So it's a simple button, just on and off. I'll try and remind you as we go through. Now, my colleague David Spears at the back there is managing the webcast and recording, so I'm pleased to say that that's not down to me. Please make sure your phones and other devices are turned on to silent or turned off, please. Of the building itself, many of you will be familiar with it, but fire exits, we've got one door here, obviously the main entrance just behind us. Toilets are to the left, at the back of the room there. And I don't think we've got a kitchen that we're able to use, I'm afraid. So we'll refill water at breaks if we need to. Now, we have exclusive use of the room, so you can leave documents and so on, and overnight as well, but please overnight just to take care of your belongings. So, to touch on the order of events over the next few days, so today we'll begin the inquiry session, and I'm anticipating that we may need 3 days for this. On Friday, concerns hearing session, which again will be held in this room. Now, we started at 10, but all subsequent days this week we will begin at 9:30, so just be aware of it. Scheduled to discuss policy matters on the Tuesday and conditions on the Wednesday. Now, these will be held virtually rather than in person, but they'll still be live streamed, and they'll begin at 10 a.m. on both days. Now, in terms of what to expect today, we'll not go much beyond 4:30 or 5 p.m. today or on any day. Please let me know. Thermal seismic array would be of the next week and a half. As we progress over the next few days, I'll be ensuring that evidence and questioning stays focused on matters of relevance to each session. I appreciate there's a wide range of other issues which I'll need to consider in my report, but my assessment of all of the matters will be based on the written submissions already lodged. Finally, I'm sure it goes without saying, but despite the very different views, and some everyone to treat each other with courtesy at all times. I now need to the names of those who are taking. Please, Mr. Hardy.
But for present purposes, I'm a partner in CMS, and the long title is on the placeholder in front of me. James Welch from SMR, going to be giving landscape and vision. I've got Mr. Keith Campbell, Becca Elliott, Kirsty Kelshaw from the client sitting to my left. I do have other witnesses, but they're going to be coming later in the week. So that's going to be Dr. Lumsden and Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. For the council, please, Mr. Armstrong.
Good morning, sir. My name is Douglas Armstrong. I'm King's Counsel and a member of the Faculty of Advocates in Scotland, and I'm representing Dumfries and Galloway Council. I'm instructed by Sandy Fowler from Harper MacLeod, and our witness for this week's Dr. Guy Wimble.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. District Community Council.
Good morning. I'm Mick Barker. I'm representing the Community Council for the course of the week, and at a later date in the proceedings I'll also be representing Visit Moffat. I have an honours degree in company director. I've been a company director for 35 years and primarily operating in visual branding services to hospitality businesses, particularly hotels and quick service restaurants.
These introductions are all, so yeah, please do just get used to them now. For North Milk Community Council, please.
Morning, sir. My name's Faye Wigfield of North Milk Community Council. Our recognition, the only speaking part this morning, but I do have a wing person in the form of a fellow community councillor, Karen Megson, but as I say, none.
Thank you. Good morning. Three individuals affecting. Mr. Mundell, please.
Morning. I'm Oliver Mundell. I'm a member of the Scottish Parliament for Dumfriesshire.
My microphone is being a little bit temperamental, so just bear with me. Got introduced myself to Patterson.
Good morning, I'm James Patterson. I'm a former lighting engineer, and I'll be appearing not today, sometime in the future, like Friday or sometime soon.
Thank you, Patterson. It will certainly be before Friday. Tomorrow or Thursday, most likely Thursday, but I'll come on to the order of evidence in a moment. Okay,
perfect.
Thank you. Now, this of illumination, I was possibly expecting today, so I just make the note that he may see if Mr. McClellan joins us later today or on subsequent days. I missed. So, in terms of convention is for the applicant's evidence to be heard first, so I'd like to start today. I then propose we hear the evidence of other parties in the Dumfries and Galloway Council, District Council, City Council, Mr. Mundell, Mr. Patterson, and if Mr. McClellan joins, he will go last. So, the invited the inquiry recognition hasn't been submitted. But I'm also happy to take these as read if you. So, recognition through session landscape and visual effects should be read out if the document also makes reference to wider matter. Notations that the council, any of
There you go. I'm sure people heard the introduction to that. So, a number of points that I'd like to make. In relation to evidence in chief, this is our one opportunity. So, clearly, the council's case we will we'll deal with in the normal way. Got a supplement. Mr. Patterson's evidence, even though that was down on the draft timetable to be dealt with on Thursday, the opportunity that we've got to deal with that in chief is now. So there are, I think, 13 points I've got. They're shorter points, but nevertheless they may take about an hour. So there is going to be a dislocation between the evidence in chief on the and then when we actually get to that. And that perhaps isn't such a good idea. So I wondered, just floating this, whether or not Mr. Patterson's evidence might be brought forward in order to tomorrow. So we hear the council's case in the normal way, and then we deal with Mr. Patterson so that gap isn't as big. The second point I want to make is and I hope Mr. Welsh doesn't mind me mentioning this in public, but there's a medical issue for Mr. 2, so will be available Thursday afternoon. That is when Dr. Lumsden is available. If it was thought that sensible to have Dr. Lumsden, the alternative is to fix Mr. Patterson's evidence for Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Mr. Welch, Dr. Lumsden, Mr. Bell as well would all be here, but we then what I don't want to do in that is hold back evidence in chief to call Mr. Welch a second time, because I think if afternoon we won't actually fit it in. So I just want to flag that as a practical point.
I can be available at any time you want.
Do you have a preference or a view on which would be better in circumstances?
No, I haven't.
Sir, through you, can I ask, is Mr. Patterson intending to cross-examine Mr. Welsh?
Yeah, so
Possibly both. Are both going to be here at the same day?
yes, so today Mr. Welsh will give evidence in chief questions. Then Mr. Armstrong will cross-examine Mr. Welsh, and then each party, so all you here today will have the opportunity to cross-examine and ask questions of Mr. Welch to clarify things. So that's your right as part of this inquiry process. So it's helpful to now if you're likely to ask Mr. Welch some questions.
I think so, yes.
Then, I mean, if it's a questions today, that will at least bring some relevance to the evidence in chief, so I would suggest we carry on with evidence in chief both in relation to the Council's case and Mr Patterson's evidence. If there's no preference, then I would like to request that we put Mr Patterson's evidence back to Thursday afternoon, 2 o'clock, when Mr Welch can then attend again.
Mr Armstrong, and then I'll come to all of the... Mr Armstrong,
I don't have any preference or views in relation to when Mr Patterson gives his evidence. I'm happy whenever Mr Patterson wants to give his evidence in the order. Other than I think it's appropriate that the applicant should obviously go first and the council second. Again, in relation to Mr Hardy asking questions of Mr Welch in relation to Mr Patterson's evidence, I've got no difficulty with that. This is the appropriate time to do that, and I'd agree with that. Particularly bearing in mind that you matters for examination in chief, but I suppose we can see how that.
Just give 2 minutes then. If that's okay. Yes. With the webcast, he said, please just bear with me a moment. We'll get the teething troubles out of the way by sort of 7:30, and we should be the rest of the week. Yep. Audit, so hopefully it'll catch up with itself during the morning. So thank you, Mr Armstrong. Mr Barker, do you have any comments on the order of evidence? Ms Winfield? Thank you. Mr Wendell. So, Mr Patterson, on that basis, would you be happy for us to fix your time slot? That will give you some confidence as to when expect to be speaking for 2 p.m. on Thursday. Lovely. Okay, thank you. Yeah, 2 p.m. Thursday. Yeah, okay, thank you. So, on that basis, we don't need to change the order of questions outlined, so that works out nice. Or after, depending on where we're at that moment. Okay. So, a few practical and procedural matters to touch on. So, I became aware yesterday there's a live consultation wind energy sensitivity study. So this is accepted. I'm minded to this of relevance, although I first want to hear from participants as to whether there were any concerns about this being accepted at this late stage. Mr Armstrong, I imagine it's fair to say the Council's already aware of the document and its content.
Yes, sir. there was a meeting, I think, on the 5th of November in relation to this, and it was agreed to be put out for public consultation. The public consultation period 8th of November, 20th of December, and currently the timetabling is that it's hopeful that this guidance will be adopted before the 31st of March 2025. So it's obviously starting at the process of its consultation. It's clearly a relevant consideration, and the Council are happy for it to be lodged as a document.
Thank you. Are there any opposing views to this document? Okay, in which case then, so the the core document reference number proposed was 017.030. So that is the number we will add to the core document list. So thank you for that.
Are you able, sorry, to just repeat that number? Sorry.
It's 017.030. Okay, so a couple of other practical points. The application are in the foyer if anybody would like to view any paper copies. So the whole set is there. Please let us know if you need any assistance locating a document, because there's quite a pile, as I'm sure you can appreciate. As we progress through evidence chief and cross-examination, it would be very helpful for me, and I'm sure for others, if the core document reference is given where possible. Now, before we hear the evidence, are there any questions on matters of procedure or any other matters relating to what I've outlined so far?
Can I just check the numbering, because there was a second document that was submitted, a recent document. That was the guidance on the aviation lighting impact assessment. So that I have down as 17030.
I've got that as 17031.
Right, doesn't. I mean, there's those two documents at the end, and they came in because they're obviously new. So. I mean, that's fine. So 30 then is the study, and 31 is the lighting impact assessment. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it, unless somebody else shouts and tells me I'm wrong. No. Okay. So, any other questions or matters? No. Okay. So, Mr. Hardy, when you're ready, please introduce your witness.
Yes. Thank you very much. So. This is Mr. Welch. So to introduce him to the inquiry, he has a report and precognition, and his experience is set out in Annex 1 to his report on internal page 83. So his report is CV 18017, and then it's internal page 83. And what Mr. Welch tells us, paragraph 2, forming open, which is the firm of landscape architects and environmental planners, in 2009, managing principal of EDOR PLC, and then sets out a long list of his experience and the matters that he's dealt with. Of particular relevance, at the bottom of that page, is his wind farm experience. So, Mr. Welch, do you want to just read that paragraph, starting James Welch? So James Welch is currently engaged.
Thank you. Good morning. James Welch is currently engaged by a number of wind farm developers in Scotland and England, including Community Wind Power, Scottish Power Renewables, RES, Force 9 Energy Partners, Boralex, EDF Energy and SSE Renewables, in respect of a wide range of wind farm projects. As part of a team of qualified landscape architects, he has been directly involved in the preparation of landscape and visual assessments and/or inquiry or appeal evidence for over 100 wind farm projects in the past 25 years, of which a number has been consented and/or are operational, including a list.
Now, we're not going to read that entire list. That can be taken as read. On page 85, You then have your instructions. So could you just read those, please?
I was first approached by the applicant in respect of the Scoop Hill project in 2016, and my company Open was subsequently engaged to prepare the LVIA. My instructions in relation to this inquiry are to undertake a review of the LVIA and the AI, which is additional information, findings of significance, and to prepare evidence in response to the objection received from Dumfries and Galloway Council. My instructions are to review all of the relevant background information relating to the application and to address the relevant objection of DGC on landscape and visual matters, taking into account the consultations and representations that have been made by other parties in connection with the application.
Thank you very much. So that will serve as an introduction. You have then a precognition, that is CD 18.118. We're going to take that as read, Mr. Welch, but we are then going to look at some matters of clarification, but just to let everybody know the number of that. We're going to need Dr. Wimble's report, that is CD 18.047. We might need Dr. Wimble's precognition, but principally we're going to be in Dr. Wimble's report. In terms of other documents, sir, then just if I can lay these out now, CD 17.008, that's the guidance in relation to cumulative landscape and visual impacts. CD 1709, it's landscape sensitivity guidance. CD 1714, that's SNH guidance on assessing the effects on special qualities. CD 1717, that's the D&G Regional Scenic Area technical paper. CD 1722, that's the Nature Scott Guidance for Assessment of Effects on Special Landscape Qualities. The D&G Report 1723. And then in section 18, we're going to start with this. In fact, that's the well, actually, that's the draft. We're going to start with the SOAM, so the Statement of Agreed Matters. That's CD 18.070. And then there are the statements from the Mundell, Patterson, Turbines roadmap, and then we've got the North Milk Council, Community Council precognition, and so on after that. But those are the principal documents. So I hope that's a helpful starting point. Right. So the first matter I want to deal with is the state of play, really, in terms of agreement. So I want you to characterise how you see what the degree of agreement is in this case, and then we're going to go to the start. Mr. Welch, so how would you describe it?
I would say that there is a high level of consistency in the assessment of significance of landscape and visual effects and cumulative effects between the applicant and DGC. The differences between us are relatively few and far between, as identified in the SOAM. Clearly, you have two experienced landscape architects here presenting evidence on a topic which is inherently subjective, although with an objective basis where possible. And it does not surprise me that there are some differences in opinion on the characterisation and magnitude and significance of effects.
Thank you very much, and hopefully can lead on this in terms of the Council's case. So residential visual amenity, aviation, lighting, nighttime, skies, national designation effects, wildland effects. Do you understand the Council to be taking any point on this?
They present no evidence in respect of those matters, and they do not form part of the Council's objection.
Thank you very much. So then, landscape character, first of all. So the statement of agreed matters, that's internal page 9. And there is a helpful table, both for landscape character types and for visuals, so table 1, relevant landscape character types. We are going to come back to deal with the differences in a little bit more detail later on, but just to flag up for the reporter now as to what is in issue. So in relation to the landscape character types.
In relation to landscape character types, we are not agreed as to aspects of the assessments on 3 landscape character types identified there. It's the first 3 in the list: the Foothills Annandale 18.1 and 18.2, the Foothills Beatuk and the Foothills Forest of A 18.3 and 18A1. And curiously, that agreement should not be taken as one where the Council finds a higher significance of effect. Unusually, in this case, I would say the Council has found that the applicant has over-assessed some of the significant effects, but we will come back to those. So there are some clear differences between us there. On that same page in Table 1, we have a position of no comment, and I have to be frank and say I don't understand what the Council's position is in respect of those receptors, but I would assume that to be one of a neutral stance. We turn the page and the no comments appear against a number of LCTs, and the final LCT where again we're not agreed is the Upland Glens Evan. That's along the A701 north from Moffat, area 10.3. And again, the Council finds that our assessment of effects goes further than their own in terms of the distances at which significant effects could occur. So
it comes to this. In terms of not agreed, that's areas 18.1 and 18.2. That's the Foothills of the Annandale unit. Foothills of Beatuk, that's area 18.3. That's Foothills with Forest, that's area 18A1, and then we have the Upland Glens Evan 10.3. Is that the level of disagreement?
That is correct.
Would it help to just to orient ourselves with those character areas to have a look at a plan, just so everybody knows what we're talking about? I think JW, the plan JW2. So that is your document, and that's attached to your report, I think, Mr. Welch. It looks
yes.
It looks like that. It's called Landscape Character Types with Screen ZTV. Do you have that, sir? Have you got that? Yeah. So do you want to just identify them? So 18.1 and 18.2 then, Mr. Welch, where do they lie?
18.1 and 18.2 lie to the west and south of the proposed development. 18.1 is immediately bordering the uplands to the west, and 18.2 is the LCT that sits to the south-east of Borland, extending southeast from there.
So 18.3 then
is west of the M74 corridor, clipping part of the Hairstains wind farm.
And that's got viewpoint 8 in it, you can see. 18A1
is west of that and includes Hairstains and extends north up to north of Moffat on the west side of the M74.
And then the final one then, 10.3, the Uplands Glen Evan.
That is the small LCT that runs from Moffat. You can see viewpoint 10 there, shown on the plan, extending north up to viewpoint 12. along the A701.
Okay, so that just helps to introduce those. Then let's look at the next table in relation to visual effects. So back to the SOAM, table 2, that's internal page 14. So we can see that there are 22 viewpoints, I'm sorry, in total, and the ones which are not agreed, then can you identify those?
Yes, viewpoints not agreed are 5 Range Castle Hill, 6 Borland Church, 8 Southern Upland Way, 10, that's the one on the west side of Moffat, and 11 A701 north of Moffat, and that is the sum total of disagreement on viewpoint assessments.
Thank you very much. So I think a total of 5, and we'll come back to those in due course. We then have, of course, the special qualities of the RSA. That is not agreed, but with and the council is not taking, of course, points in relation to nighttime lighting. So is that an overview of what is in disagreement?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So the second matter I want to look at in terms of clarification involves the capacity study. And in particular, the new sensitivity guidance that is coming forward and how the proposed development sits in relation to those areas which might be considered to have the lowest sensitivity to this type of commercial wind farm development.
Thank you, sir. It is clearly a long document, and I have focused my attention on certain parts of it, but I just thought it would be helpful for you to understand some key differences or consistencies with the existing Dumfries and Galloway landscape capacity study. Paragraph 2.6.1 the typologies that the guidance relates to, the sensitivity guidance. I should say at the outset the purpose of this updated guidance so soon after the current one is because of the shift away from studies of this type providing guidance on capacity for development, that being considered a matter for the planning system rather than for landscape studies of this type. So this study is presented as a sensitivity assessment as opposed to a capacity study, following guidance published by NatureScot in 2022, I think.
Yes, it is. Now, we don't need to go there, but that's one of the documents that I put on the list. That's CD 17009, so that is the NatureScot 22 guidance in relation to landscape sensitivity assessment. So I don't think we need to go there, but that's the origin, if you like, for what the council has done. So back to your points, please.
So paragraph 2.6.1, it tells us that the typology of the very large turbines has now increased to up to 250 metres, from 150 to 250 metres. So it takes recognition of the shift in development typologies, if you like. If we then go to figure 3, scroll through, it's one of the larger figures, which shows the assessment units that the sensitivity study contemplates, and there has been a change in the numbering from the existing capacity study. So LTT 19A, which is the host landscape for the proposed development, is now page. So you need to go right to the end of the document. It's actual page 199 in the document. Key paragraphs which point to consistency with the existing capacity study are at the end of paragraph 21.2.1, where it notes that the absence of wind farm development in the Eskdale Muir area, together with the visual containment and separation of this landscape by higher hills to the northwest, currently precludes potential for cumulative effects to occur. It goes on to note key constraints in area 22. The second bullet point is the rim of open-top, rugged, higher hills extending from Loch Fell, northwest of the Eskdale Muir area, which are prominent in views from the Corbetts of White Combe and Hart Fell in the Moffat Hills. And over on the next page, under the heading 21.3, sensitivity and guidance, it records that sensitivity is high to medium for turbines in that upper category, which again is consistent with the 2020 study. And the first paragraph, the first sentence of that first paragraph says, the Eskdale Muir area offers the greatest potential to accommodate larger wind turbines whilst minimising landscape and visual effects. This is because of the extensive scale of these uplands, their generally simple landform and land cover, sparse population and distance from more settled areas, which reduces visual sensitivity. We then have on page 202 a plan showing that there are 4 units of this area. I've been quoting only in relation to the Eskdale Muir one. And then we have the detailed assessment for AU 22, going through again the same categories that are assessed in the 2020 study, and concluding with a high to medium sensitivity overall, which is consistent.
Then of what is now Area 19, or what will become, if it's adopted in this form, LCT 22, what do you draw from that in relation to relative sensitivity to this type of development?
I would say that it maintains a consistent assessment of the sensitivity of the Area 22, but in the consideration of taller turbines, again, clearly up to 250 metres in tip height. And it points to the same type of landscape constraint as the extant document does in terms of sensitivity of some of the margins and some of the smaller scale valleys that cut into the uplands. So there's a high degree of consistency, but it is now contemplating bigger turbines again.
Thank you very much. And we can deal with that. Dr. Wimble deals with some of those points about whether or not the original study contemplated tall turbines, and I think we've dealt with that enough for present purposes. So the third question I've got is another methodological one, and this, I think, keys into the report from Dr. Wimble at his paragraph 327. So we need to just go to his report, paragraph 327. And there's reference there, 327, bullet point 2, repeated specific constraint, referring to the ridge of rugged open-topped hills separating the lower forested area of Eskdale Mill from Moffat Glen, and the hills to the north of it. Much of this area lies in the East Moffat unit of LCT 19, Southern Uplands. But from that, the question is this, in terms of the guidance and how one approaches character and indeed the capacity study that we've looked at, does that relate to, in your view, to development in that LCT, or what can the impact be on the characteristics of that LCT development that lies outside it?
My understanding of this type of guidance and its application is that it addresses individual landscape character types which demonstrate unique compositions of features and landscape elements, and consequently all of the advice it gives relates to development being accommodated within that LCT. So you don't refer to the guidance for an adjoining LCT to consider the merits of your proposal in another.
So just to take a practical example of that, could we look at Dr. Wimble's report, paragraph 529 to 531, in which he's dealing with the Upland Glens Moffat. So that's LCT 10 and then 6. So perhaps, and there's lots of documents open, but could we just have open your character type map again? So 10.6. Can you just explain to the reporter where that is?
LCT 10.6 extends northeast from Moffat, so it's a linear one along the A708 road corridor.
So that's the valley, and then what Dr. Wimble has to say is, whilst not visible from this side of the valley floor, from this side all the valley floor, this change would be experienced from the northwest side and from the closest slopes of enclosing hills above, significantly changing the character of the valley between Moffat and Capelgill, circa 7 kilometres to the north of the turbines. So taking that as an example, just please explain to the reporter about, in your view, if you can't see something, whether or not that can have a significant effect on character. We'll come to visual amenity in a minute, but in terms of character, please can you give your evidence?
So in relation to this LCT, the additional information that we produced assessed that there was the potential for some significant effects to arise in what we describe as very intermittent locations on the northern edges of the LCT. And you can see on figure JW2 some colour aligning, ZTV colour aligning with that northern edge of LCT 10.6. Now, in our assessment, whilst that is a significant effect, it does not extend to the whole of that LCT, and I think there is a clear difference in our approaches here in that we say if you cannot see a proposed development from within the LCT where you can evaluate its characteristics, then that cannot amount to a visual impact. So, for example, we say that route of the A708 travelling up through the Moffat Glen is not significantly affected in terms of the character appreciated from someone travelling through it. Dr. Wimble, as I understand it, takes a different approach, which says that because there is a significant effect in a part of that LCT from where you may be able to appreciate the whole LCT, that amounts to a significant effect on the character of that LCT.
Mm-hmm. And we can see that in paragraph 531 in the first sentence. So what Dr. Wimble has to say is, I consider the significant landscape effects would not be limited to the area where the turbines can be seen.
Yes.
So there are other examples, but the difference of principle is, you say you can't see it, can't have a significant effect on character. Dr. Wimble's saying something else.
Yes.
Okay. Do you ignore, let's look at that. Is there a place then for an effect, harmful or not, where you have turbines out with the landscape character type that you are in? So in other words, do you just ignore the impact of the turbines, or do they come into the equation somewhere else?
I certainly would not ignore them because it's something that you can perceive in the landscape. Dr. Wimble applies an approach which I don't agree with, in that he says you can carry out a competent assessment of landscape character for an LCT by standing somewhere completely different out with the bounds of that LCT. Now, our approach, our methodology, does not consider that to be a valid approach. To appreciate whether the unique set of characteristics in an LCT is affected, you need to be within that LCT contemplating it, the proposed development. However, his point, I think, is for me, it's more closely aligned to one of visual immunity rather than landscape character assessment. So I don't say he's wrong to consider that effect, but I think it's a visual immunity effect rather than a landscape character evaluation.
Okay. So we're looking for things which help to explain the degrees of difference, limited as they are in the SOAM. That's one of those points. The next point is in relation to the methodological underpinnings of an assessment of cumulative effects. And so Dr. Wimble's report's paragraph 4.12, it's a run of paragraphs, but starting at 4.12, I think is 4.14, 15, 16, and 18. So, approach to cumulative cases and what Dr. Wimble has said, paragraph 4.12. In my own case, I assessed the degree to which multiple wind energy developments and wind turbines, as opposed to a single development, are perceived to characterise a landscape or view. And this debate's had lots of inquiries, so I don't want to spend too long on it. Can you just explain to the reporter your approach to assessing cumulative effects and why there is a disagreement between you and Dr. Wimble?
Our approach is set out in the methodology in Appendix 6.1, and following NatureScot guidance for assessing cumulative effects, which is CD 017-2008,
yep.
And I can give you pages 6 of 17 and 8 of 17, it indicates that our role is to assess the additional effects of the proposed development. And that aligns with GLVIA, that's the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment 3, which suggests that the role of assessing combined effects, so the effects of all developments across an area, is one for the determining authority rather than the landscape practitioner, because they won't have assessed each of those individual projects. So again, there's a difference in our approaches here. Our assessment in the LVIA and AI assesses the additional effects from the proposed development to a number of different scenarios, ranging from the operational baseline or operational consented baseline through to the operational consented and application baseline. But it tests the magnitude from the addition of the proposed development. Whereas, as I understand it from paragraph 4.14 in Dr. Wimble's IR, he is assessing the totality of projects under his combined or total cumulative effects.
Yeah, and what he's got to say, paragraph 4.14, combined or total cumulative effects are the overall cumulative effects resulting in the proposed development considered together with of other wind energy developments. This effectively is a measure of the total change. So I hope that's clear, sir. Total change, additive effects from Mr. Welch. Final question on that is, in terms of methodology from Dr. Wimble for assessing the combined cumulative effects in that way, have you seen anything?
No.
And we'll pick that up in cross-examination later on. Okay, next methodological point then is in relation to Dr. Wimble's treatment of the special qualities of the RSA. So in his report, we can key into that in paragraphs 4.25 and 4.30, and then there is a further treatment of the RSA in his designated landscape section, which is paragraphs 7.5 onwards. So there's paragraph 7.5, 7.14, 7.15, all the way through to paragraph 7.30. So that's when he's dealing with the individual special qualities. So there's a difference at a high level between identification of special qualities of the RSA, and then a difference as to the potential impact on those special landscape qualities. So can you explain what they are? Why is there the difference?
Yes, we both come up, beg your pardon, we both come at this with some difficulty in that we do not have a document which sets out the special qualities of the RSA. Some regional or local tier designations are accompanied by citations. The RSAs are not, so we need to develop our own understanding of what the special qualities are and how they would be affected by the proposed development. Our approach is to base it on the landscape character evaluation, alongside the evaluation that's provided in the RSA technical paper 2018.
So that's just those two CD references. That's CD 1717. That's Dumfries and Galloway Regional Scenic Areas technical paper from January 2018. And then I think the other one on the list at the start I mentioned was the SNH Guidance for Assessing Effect on Special Qualities, and that is CD 17.14. So you've got some help there from the council document.
So a fairly brief assessment is set out within the RSA technical paper, runs to about a page, on page 37, just crossing onto page 38. And in the LVIA, we developed a set of 10 special qualities that we considered emerged from that and field work. Dr. Wimble, at paragraph 726 of his IR, I think I read it as agrees with most of our assessment, but thinks we've omitted some other special qualities that he identifies in the area, and they're identified bullet points under his 7.26. And I would say that I agree that the first two are valid special qualities. They are not mentioned in the RSA technical paper, but they certainly are defining qualities of that RSA, and the proposed development, I say, has no effect on either of them. So that's the Grey Mare's Tail and Loch Skene that sits above it.
Just to orient ourselves again, the plan, so JW2, while we've got that out, just so that everybody knows what we're talking about. So at the north-eastern end of character area 10.6 that we've looked at, you can see Grey Mare's Tail waterfalls, and there's the viewpoint. And then you can see Loch Skene above that, at the, just to the northeast of the spot height of 822. So those are the two features, and what you're saying is they are, or you agreeing that they could be included as qualities, but I think you were then saying in relation to impact.
There's no effect. I say there's no effect on those two special qualities if they are added to the list. He then identifies sections of long-distance routes, the Southern Uplands Way and the Romans and Reivers route, and the Annandale Way as special qualities, and alongside two hilltops. And I have some difficulty with that, sir, in that I don't regard the presence of long-distance routes to be a special quality that defines the special landscape quality of the RSA. I also think that the hills are adequately covered by the existing special qualities that we have defined in the LVIA. So I would say his final bullet point is already covered by our assessment. But particularly I don't say that routes are an SLQ.
So in terms of a popular ascent and hills and that are walked on, does the fact that they're popular hills make them a special quality in your view or not?
No, that of itself does not make a special quality. A special quality is the experience and perception of somebody taking that walk. So it's described quite eloquently in the list, the rolling, undulating uplands. That is a special quality, not the fact that there's a path there.
Okay. So that's the RSA. Let's go back then to the differences. So we've gone to the SOAM. We've identified where those differences are. Just quickly want to look at why those differences might exist between you and Dr. Wimble. So let's start with 18.1 and 18.2, if we may.
Yes, so 18.1 and 18.2 are the foothills, the Annandale foothills that sit to the west of the proposed development. They were assessed in the EIAR as being significantly affected because of the presence of quite a large number of turbines within the foothills. Those have been largely removed, and the turbines that remain are sited very much on the edge of LCT 18.1 and LCT 19A, and it's. I beg your pardon, I didn't have a microphone on. Could you hear me all right? The guidance for LCT, this is an aside of sorts, but the guidance for LCT 18.1 notes capacity for a smaller scale of turbine, at the interface with the LCT 19A. So I believe that the turbines that have been retained are very much part of the blurring that occurs between character types. They rarely change suddenly. I think a useful figure to look at in this respect is 2.1, AI 2.1, which is the site layout, the turbine layout. And in that layout, we can see that turbines numbered 34, 36, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 are located outside the forest edge, but on a line of hills that very much reflects the elevation of hills inside the forestry. And I believe this is the type of transitional zone that's referred to in the capacity study for LCT 18. Now, we in the AI assess the effects on LCT 18. It's probably worthwhile taking up JW2 again, just to see the
I was going to say that's a helpful
extent of its
plan, isn't it, with the character types on it?
So we say the effect on LCTs 18.1 and 18.2 in overall terms are not significant. And Dr. Wimble takes issue with me to some extent on that, because elsewhere we have described where significant effects have occurred, but perhaps very intermittently is the phrase we've used. And I would be happy to acknowledge that where the turbines at the western side of the site encroach into 18.1, I would accept that some significant landscape effect would arise there. But when you take the totality of area 18.1, and if you drive through it or walk through it, there is such a preponderance of woodland and forestry that I don't accept that that character unit is significantly affected. But I would accept that where the turbine envelope and a short distance into LCT 18.1 would experience some significant landscape effects.
So the difference then perhaps is geographical extent of that effect and the impact that that might have on the character type as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the first. That's the first one.
May I just add one more point there, sir? In relation to 18.2, I don't accept, and I've set this out in my inquiry report, I don't accept that the northern part of 18.2, where you can see it doglegging into the Eskdale Muir forest, is significantly affected, because it's I actually think this is a case of where the character has been incorrectly defined. I mean, you can see from this figure, JW2, it is an area of blanket commercial plantation. And to look at viewpoint 5 would show you that those 8 turbines in the corner of 18.2 are indiscernible from being part of that wider Eskdale Muir forest. I would accept that there could be a very limited significant effect to the south of Borland, where there's a north-facing slope on the edge of 18.2, which looks towards the site, within a range of approximately 8 kilometres. But I do not accept that LCT 18.2 as a character unit is significantly affected.
Okay, so that's 18.1 and 18.2. Then the second one not agreed then is 18.3. So that's the foothills Beatic area. And for this, if we could look at Dr. Wimble's report, and it's his paragraphs 517, or paragraph 516, 517 of his document. What in fact is the difference?
I think we can probably take these two foothills together. So, as Dr. Wimble does, so he takes the BTEC and A units together there in 516 and 517.
So that's 18.3 and then 18A1.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And he doesn't agree with our assessment because we find them to be subject to some intermittent significant effects, and he says, I consider the landscape character would not be significantly affected. There would clearly be significant visual effects, as shown as viewpoints 8 and 11. However, due to the clear separation from the wind farm and its receiving landscape by the broad valley of Annandale and to the lesser extent by Upper Annandale, these would not be perceived as significant landscape effects. Our landscape character assessment identified a magnitude of change for this area which is close to the threshold, and I'm very happy to accept Dr. Wimble's assessment there. It suggests we've perhaps been too cautious in our assessment, and I would also say if you look at those areas on the plan, particularly area 18A1, which is the foothills with forest A, it is very extensively forested, and the opportunities for landscape character effects are limited as a result.
So if that's right, and the comment very fairly put is actually that your assessment is being too cautious, if we were to accept, or you were to accept Dr. Wimble's assessment of that, what would that do to those two units on table 1? Would that move them from not agreed to agreed?
Yes, it would, exactly. It would have that effect. Right.
Okay. Next area, I think the final area is 10.3. So LCT 10.3.
This is the Upland Glen Evan, which is the small upland glen stretching north from Moffat along the A701. And Dr. Wimble at 527 of his IR says that he considers the significant effects would be much more limited in area than the applicant has assessed. And the ZTV indicates mainly the western side of the valley would be affected. He considers that the enclosing hills to the south, when seen from higher elevations, appear well set back from the entrance to the valley, narrow entrance to the valley.
And I think he then goes on 528 to say it's therefore only from the lower elevations close to Moffat where views are more focused. The proposed turbines bear more strongly on the enclosing skyline, affecting the character of this unit. Viewpoint 10 assessed that only this area up to 8K would be significantly affected. So again, you've seen what he's got to say. Reflection, what do you say? Do you still take, is there a point of difference or not?
I'm very happy to accept what he says. Again, I think we've probably taken a more cautious approach, and we are dealing here with one increment of difference in terms of magnitude of change in our respective assessments. So it's not surprising, as I said at the outset, that you get these types of differences between two assessors.
And again, if that concession is made, then that would move that last one from the not agreed to agreed, and in fact would leave the difference, or the not agreed, category just for the foothills, the Annandale units 18.1 and 18.2. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So the same process then in relation to visual impacts, just for those ones which are not or down as not agreed. Now, Range Castle Hill, viewpoint 5. Is it helpful to get the viewpoints out? Sometimes you have these documents and we don't take them out. Do you want the report to have a look at the viewpoint?
I'm very happy if that helps you, sir. I'm familiar with them all, but...
Okay, well, if people want to take them out, they can. Yep. Viewpoint 5, then, so Range Castle Hill. What can you tell us about that? And actually, what does Dr. Wimble say about that?
Yes, in his inquiry report, Dr. Wimble focuses on each of the areas of disagreement. But although this viewpoint is not agreed, he doesn't present any evidence on it. So I'm not clear as to the basis of this being a not agreed viewpoint. So I'm not sure there's a great deal we can...
So not assessed, don't know why it's not agreed, we'll find out.
Yes.
Okay. So the next one then is viewpoint 6. That is Borland Church. So do you want to explain the degree of difference, such as it is, and why, in your view, you've taken the position you have?
Yes, thank you, sir. Dr. Wimble at paragraph 622 agrees the effect would be significant, so we're both agreed it would be a significant visual impact. However, for factors that he lists in his IR, he concludes that the magnitude of change would be medium to high, and which again is one increment higher than the AI, which found it to be medium. So we're fairly close. We're both concluding a significant effect, but applying our methodology, the definition of medium is where the proposed development will result in a moderate alteration to the baseline view, providing a readily apparent influence and introducing elements that may be prominent but are not necessarily uncharacteristic. Now, I would say that that's the correct calibration for what is shown in that wireline and visualization for viewpoint 6. There was a material reduction in viewpoint 6 between the original scheme and the current one.
So in terms of the scale, one increment, so medium to high, you're both saying it's significant. You say that there was a reduction from the original EIAR, and then the additional information with the removal turbines.
Yes.
Okay, and then ultimately on that, whether or not, given there is a significant effect, whether the reporter's interested in that, he'll go out and see it on site. So that's viewpoint 6. Viewpoint 8 then is the Southern Upland Way.
Yes, Dr. Wimble at paragraph 624 indicates that the applicant assessed a medium sensitivity. We did actually attribute a high sensitivity to this viewpoint.
I think that's table 3. Is that table 3 in the additional
AI,
information?
yes.
So just for your reference, you don't need to go there, but that's the additional information, table 3. That was given a high sensitivity.
High sensitivity.
Yep.
And we say a medium magnitude again, and Dr. Wimble says medium to high, so we're close but one increment different, and we both find a significant effect there. So in terms of reporting significant effects, we are consistent. And I won't repeat what medium said, but there are a number of factors that we say support it being medium, the large scale, simple nature of the upland that you look across to, avoids uncomfortable scale comparisons, The turbines appear set back, so avoids a perception of encroaching down slope. The visual separation of Annandale is quite marked at that point, which we say reduces the magnitude. And the turbines, we say, occupy a relatively limited part of the outlook compared to, obviously, some of the closer viewpoints. So we feel that medium is the correct calibration for that impact.
Okay. Viewpoint 10. So that's the Moffat A701 on the northern edge. I think Dr. Wimble deals with this in paragraph 6.33 of his report. Again, degree of difference and why?
The degree of difference is again down to 1 increment in magnitude. We both identify significant effect. Dr. Wimble finds it to be medium, and we say medium to low. Yeah, we say it's somewhere between medium and low. If you look at the photo montage, the proposed development will be substantially concealed behind the skyline. Again, I say the scale comparisons are not uncomfortable. It has limited vertical impact. Due to the landform screening, you don't see the turbine bases or the full height of them. And the fact that the turbines are seen in an upland landscape setting beyond the town reduces a sense of encroachment. These are all factors that are picked up through our methodology. And there's no visibility of any site infrastructure as well, so we don't have that clutter. So we say a medium to low magnitude is appropriate there, sir.
And then finally, viewpoint 11. So that's a little bit further north on the 701, coming up the hill or going down the hill, depending on which way you are going. Again, degree of difference and why?
Again, it's a similar matter. We both are agreed it's a significant effect. We say a medium-high sensitivity and a medium-low. Dr. Wimble, a medium magnitude change. So again, 1 difference. And again, the factors that I described in relation to the previous viewpoint, we're here at 10 kilometres now from the proposed development. One thing, sir, I would stress is that, and I'm quite sure you won't do this, I'm quite sure Dr. Wimble hasn't done this, but using the photo montages, they have to be used on site, because only when you use them on site you get a proper scale of a sense of the vertical and horizontal context to the views. They tend to have a letterbox impression, otherwise you're looking at something that's very focused on the but again, we say medium-low is the right level of calibration for that impact.
It's maybe a small point, but let's look at this. Signage, so the A701, as you are heading north from Moffat to Edinburgh, is there any tourist designation on that route? And is there a difference between northbound and southbound?
In terms of how the RSA is experienced, and I have covered this in my IR, I think the northbound and southbound experiences are completely different on the A701. As you leave Moffat, there is a brown sign telling you that the A701 is a scenic trail to Edinburgh. And that whole experience of climbing up to the beef tub is a very special one. I think there's a great sense of anticipation as you approach that the landform and land mass of those enclosing hills. I think the experience travelling south is very different. You once past the beef tub, your sense is that you are dropping out of a valley, and I think it has less drama, less majesty, it is a less distinctive experience travelling south.
So just bringing all of that together, are there in fact any significant effects identified by Dr. Wimble that weren't already identified by yourself?
No.
So the differences are within the category of significant effects. They're to do with that, the half notch or the half step on those viewpoints that we've identified.
Yes.
Okay. So bringing all those points together and the extent of disagreement that there is, I want to take you to Dr. Wimble's report at paragraph 7.36. Where he is leading into his section 8, but says this: in section 8 below, I review the potential to reduce the landscape and visual effects of the proposed development to a level which would satisfactorily address effects on the RSA, lead to a better landscape fit and reduce the overall extent of effects. And then he has some ideas for mitigation. So from your perspective, your experience of dealing with a range of views that can be expressed in this sort of inquiry, do you see the Council through Dr. Wimble's objection as being one of principle, so to the siting of this wind farm, or is it to do with certain turbines and things which might, looking at his Chapter 8, be addressed?
The fact that Dr. Wimble has engaged in this exercise in mitigating the effects further suggests to me that they do not have an objection in principle to the development in this location, and that their objection is focused more on the size and scale and position of some of the turbines.
In the last couple of questions on this, on the evidence of Dr. Wimble, have you seen him assess the benefits of that sort of hypothetical scheme, or whether or not, or to what extent the benefits would be perceptible?
No, there is no assessment of how the benefits would change with that reduction by 30 or 40% to the size of the scheme.
Even if you took those turbines away, and that would result in a much smaller scheme, but still a substantial commercial scale wind farm, would there be issues of individual turbines overlapping or stacking, or would there still be significant effects from that type of scheme in your view?
Very hypothetical, and it's not something I've been able to consider in detail, but if you introduced a wind farm of 40 turbines there instead of 60, I am convinced there would still be that would still be a large wind farm with a number of significant landscape, visual and cumulative effects. So it's not the panacea to mitigating all of the landscape and visual effects of a proposed development.
Okay, those are the 8 matters that I wanted to deal with in chief. So it might be that we're now going to move on completely different. We're going to move on to Mr. Patterson's evidence that we have a mid-morning break.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Roughly how long would you anticipate requiring beyond?
Patterson?
Yes.
There's quite a lot to go, but I'm going to suggest half an hour to 45 minutes. Let's
Okay,
to that.
that's helpful, thank you. Yeah, I think now is a good opportunity to break mid-morning, so can I ask that we have until 11:45, please? So just a chance for a quick comfort break. Thank you. We've had a little swap around of a couple of microphones during the break just to try and improve the couple of teething troubles we've had. As we go through, please can we also just remember to turn the microphone off when we're not speaking. It's very easy. I've been doing it as well, just leaving it on. That just avoids some of the interference that I think we've been getting on a couple of the microphones. Okay, Mr. Hardy, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're moving to a completely different topic. So that is nighttime effects and lighting. I should say that there is a split. So as you'll be aware, it's a top topic that covers lots of different areas. So there's the technical side of it, technical lighting, and that's Dr. Lumsden, reception of light. Then there are the L&V, the sort of substantive impact questions, which I'm going. That's clearly Mr. Welch. Then there are policy matters as well, and that's for Mr. Bell. So we've tried to be systematic in splitting the issue up into the those three elements as we see them. So this is the landscape and visual part of that. So we're going to need Mr. Patterson's documents. So they are CD 18108, that is his revised recognition. CD 18109, that's his nighttime environment, or what he calls a nighttime environment statement. Then there's 18110, which is the cumulative proposed lit turbines roadmap. And I want to just start this section, Mr. Welch, with a question about the new guidance. So that is at 17.031, and that's a very recent document. What involvement did you have, if any, in the production of it?
I was one of the experts on the Scottish Government panel that was instructed to prepare the guidance. I was the vice chair of that group, and along with 3 other landscape architects, we wrote it from scratch.
Of inquiries and schemes that you have been involved with, and we looked at that right at the start of the morning, your Annex 1. Can you tell us whether you've had dealings with aviation lighting and their impacts elsewhere?
Yes, I have. So I've been involved in about a dozen landscape and visual impact assessments which engage visual aviation lighting. And I've given evidence at some 4 or 5 inquiries on aviation lighting, including Crystal Rig for Clashgower, Arrowcliffe extension, and Clocktree, and Cromwell, for example.
So just Crystal Rig 4, if we may, at sessions where nighttime effects of aviation lighting is discussed, that's a name that comes up quite frequently. What's the significance, if any, of Crystal Rig 4?
It was one of the first inquiries considering solely the matter of visible aviation lighting, and the applicant in that case was able to attach an aviation light to one of the turbines in the Crystal Rig cluster, and the reporters were able to view that from different locations in the study area.
Thank you. In terms of practical examples, I can lead on this. We were out yesterday. I was out with you. Is there an example of a wind farm that you might suggest that the reporter goes to have a look at?
Yes, I would recommend, sir, that you go out to the Crossdykes wind farm at night. It's not far from here. and if you approach it from the Borland direction, you will be able to see last night that it might be more. So we are currently trying to find out whether they have actually now implemented a reduced lighting scheme. But there are 5 lights in Borland towards Corrie Common. You'll be able to see them.
Just as a general description, and we'll come, because the Council aren't taking this part, this is about local community and what Mr Patterson has to say. In terms of some of the general observations from Mr Patterson, there is reference to sort of sky glow, and I think we're all maybe familiar with that, phosphorescence, street lighting and all of that. When you saw the turbines lit last night and your experience of aviation lighting, can you just give a feel to the reporter of what you see?
My perception of lighting, aviation lighting, is that it forms a pinpoint of light. It can be readily seen for some distance. In fact, if you are out in that area at night, you will see other red lights. You'll see lights on the telecommunications installation off the M6 near Carlisle. There are lights on the Kronospan steam tower just at Lockerbie. So you will see lights, and I think the general perception of a red light at night is a pinpoint, and that's actually been carried through to the evaluation in that new aviation lighting guidance.
So when you say pinpoint, let's just ask the question directly. Is it the same as the kind of diffused glow that you get from, say, a sodium street light? Is it that?
No, it is very different to that compared to sort of one of the old-style sodium street lights. It's you don't tend to get a halo forming around it unless the moisture in the air leads to that phenomenon occurring, in which case your visibility will probably be impaired in any case. I don't know precisely what Mr Patterson's background is in relation to environmental work, but to use the heading environmental statement certainly implies that it is a document that will be assessing whether effects are significant or not. And to that extent, I'm concerned that there is not a methodology which sets out how the assessment of significant effects has been arrived at. I would expect that to be a key part of an environmental statement.
Okay. So, number of points made. We've only got time to pick out some of those in terms of clarification. I want to start with his paragraph 1.3. So, internal page 4, where there's criticism in relation to the way information is being presented. And what he says is, while all the wind farm proposals in the area have included a cumulative study of the daytime scene in wireframe or wireline format, not one proposal has shown a complete cumulative effect of all the aviation warning light proposals in the surrounding area. What's your response to that?
It is certainly the case when our assessment was undertaken, the only other project in the area that had lights on it was cross dikes, and that is still the case in terms of wind farms. Cross dikes and Scoop Hill have limited cumulative interaction. It was not assessed, though, at that stage. it is very difficult getting information, accurate information, on the lighting proposals for other developments, because they tend to evolve during the application process, as we've seen with this project. And the risk is that an inaccurate or overstated or understated position can readily be presented. But I would say, in terms of the new guidance, there is an expectation to carry out cumulative assessment, but that would pass down the planning line to projects that come into the system at a later date. So in the same way that cumulative assessment becomes the responsibility of the next developer as their application is made, so too the lighting assessment will need to form part of that.
Okay. Elsewhere in paragraph 1.3, Mr. Patterson says this, that the emphasis is given in support of maintaining Moffat's internationally recognised dark sky status. My scope is to identify possible light obtrusion by receptors at various viewpoints and also complete a cumulative night light assessment. Have you seen a methodology for what is termed a complete night light assessment, and indeed, are you aware of a methodology for completing such a thing?
I have not seen a methodology to inform that in Mr. Patterson's evidence, and in fact the new aviation lighting guidance is the only methodology that I'm aware of to guide that type of process. So until this has been published, it has been something we have designed with some care, adapting the GLVIA methodology.
Paragraph 1.5, moving on then, following the announcement of a public inquiry, Mr. Patton said he made a second request for photometric information to 4 aviation warning light suppliers. 2 suppliers didn't respond. 1 sent a data sheet, no technical use. 1 sent up-to-date information of up-to-date spreadsheet of photometric measurements covering a limited zonal area of the unit's vertical light distribution. So what's your evidence in relation to the lighting data sheet and the robustness of that?
I have some sympathy for Mr. Patterson's position in that it is difficult getting photometric information from aviation warning light suppliers. However, when you do get hold of them, they are all different, and so every aviation light has different output intensities. So it's very, I would say it's a very risky process to draw conclusions based on one light at one point in time, because it is an evolving industry, and that is why the IA and 200 candela, so that there is in assessments, and that follows the new guidance that's just been published.
So that's a sort of standardisation, because presumably until the light is procured, you don't know exactly what the model is, you don't know what the intensity is. But the guidance is saying that, look, to bring objectivity to that, you assess at 2,000 candela and you assess at 200 candela. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Next point I want to do is his table 2.2. So that's the CEL, CWGAN, medium intensity vertical photometric intensity distribution table, which, as I understand that, an interpretation by Dr. Patterson of the intensity of a different light to the one that's used in the LVIA. Is it, can you explain what you have taken from table 2.2?
What I take from this table is that it relates to a CEL lamp and shows the performance characteristics of that lamp, different vertical angles, and it is not based on the Lux solar lamp, which is included in the LVIA to provide an indication of how intensity can reduce at vertical angles. So this certainly differs to the one illustrated in the ZTV in the LVIA. And as I said, this type of lamp is constantly being evolved to try and bring it closer and closer to the specific requirements that the ICAO and CAA have for aviation warning lights to try and minimize unwanted light.
Technology, and maybe it's a matter for Dr. Lumsden, but light technology is, all technology obviously moves on. In the future, is there an expectation or not in relation to improvement of a light's ability to prevent light spill beyond that which is required by regulation?
Yes, Dr. Patterson refers to a company called Contarnex who assisted him. I worked with Contarnex on the Crystal Rig inquiry, and they helped to provide the light that was used for that inquiry. And they advised us that there is an ongoing attempt in the industry to try to develop lights which minimize further what I call unwanted light. There is only a requirement for light between an angle of -1 below the horizontal to +2, a 3-degree band is all that's required to meet the regulations. But of course, there is spillage above and below that, but they are endeavouring to refine that technology.
Next paragraph I'm interested in is paragraph 3.2 in Dr. Patterson's report, where he says the greatest Scoop Hill numbers will be viewed from the Malcolm Monument, Queensbury A709, Burnsworth Fort, Corrie Common, Castle Earl Fort, and the A74 and Annandale services. Just, do they have anything in common? And do you have an observation in relation to those viewpoints?
I think it's a fair assessment in terms of the locations where greatest levels of light intensity may theoretically be seen, but I would point out that Malcolm Monument, Queensbury, Burns Walk, Corrie Common, Castle Earl Fort are all elevated locations, and aside from Corrie Common, which has some residential property, they're locations that I would expect numbers of people at night to be present there is very low. Furthermore, the A709 is a road, and if you're on that road at night, you're likely to have some form of personal light or headlights or dashboard lights in a car, and that affects your ability to appreciate the lights at their fullest intensity. Dr. Lumsden will talk about a matter called dark adaptation in respect of that. And in terms of the M74 services at Annandale, it's very brightly lit at night as well. And although I accept that the lights will be seen there in some number, the baseline lighting will affect the significance of that, in my view.
Next point is table 3.2, where we've got an extract of the table from the AI figure 6.9b, and then on the right-hand side of that you can see the note that's where it suggests the maximum in 0 degrees to 3 is 2,859 candela, and not 2,000. So can you just explain, is that the same or is that different to the Lux solar light used in the LVIA?
I think this is a different light. I think this is the basis of the CEL light that he got information for. There is no requirement for light to be that bright in that range, that 0 to 3 degrees range. And the Lux Solar light that we've included as an example is not as bright as that.
I think the aviation lighting assessment guidance, it's paragraph 11, there's a quotation there about minimum specification. So can you just help with that? Do we need to be looking at 2859, or is that actually something that's too high?
The guidance will requires us to look at 2,000 candela, as that is the average that is required by the regulations and adopted by the CAA, international regulations adopted by the CAA.
Is there an ability, so you have a light, is there an ability to dim a light? Is it, in other words, if it's fixed, is it just of a constant intensity, or is there an ability to dim that remotely?
Automatic dimming is a very common feature of visible aviation lighting, and you are permitted to dim the lights to 10% of their peak intensity when visibility from the wind farm is greater than 5 kilometres, as measured by a visibility sensor attached to the turbines. So this is a form of mitigation that you will see coming through on a number of schemes, and that is why it's 2,000 and 200, 200 being the 10% evaluation.
That was going to be my next question. Is that the origin of the 2,000 and the 200 benchmark? Is that's 10% of the 2,000?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does Dr. Patterson deal with that? Does he deal with the ability to dim?
I didn't notice reference to dimming in his report, no.
Thank you. Next paragraph then is paragraph 4.1 of the report, and we've touched on this from our visit yesterday to Crossdykes wind farm. I mean, it's dealt with pretty thoroughly in the LVIA, but can you just explore a little bit more your understanding of the consent, the lighting scheme, and then actually the reduced lighting scheme that we saw, or you saw yesterday?
My understanding of the scheme when I went to see it in 2021 was that it had 20 lit lights on it. It had 2 on each nacelle, plus it had mid-tower lights. And we contacted the developer at that time and understood that it was a misunderstanding of the regulations and that only one light on the hub needs to be lit. The other is a backup. So I went to have another look at it last night, and we could only see what we thought were 5 lights. So I suspect that a reduced lighting scheme has been implemented there. But we will try and find more information on that, so can give you that.
In terms of trying to capture the effects at night in a viewpoint, I think there were a number of viewpoints, represented viewpoints, that agree with the council. So I think that's viewpoints. I think it was 6 Boreham Church, 7 Annandale Water Services, and then I think was it 10, which is the Moffat A701 on the northern edge. I think Nature Scott then sought 21 Hartfell. In terms of the ability to capture nighttime effects, can you just explain to the reporter what your view is of those, of the ability of representative viewpoints to capture what you are likely to see?
often a very different exercise to daytime photography in that you are generally trying to identify locations that aren't overly contaminated by baseline lighting, because you want to try and capture the darkest baseline possible. But these locations were agreed and they were photographed, and Mr. Patterson makes reference to the difficulties of securing nighttime photography, and that is why I would caution that the visualizations in the assessment are really illustrative, and that's why it's more useful for you to go out into the field and see them for yourself, and then you can form a clear opinion on the likely impact. So,
in the earlier session on the Council's evidence, we touched on daytime cumulative methodology, and here the suggestion being you have in total views of all potential schemes with potential lighting coming forward. To what extent do you say that is or is not the responsibility of this developer to look forward to things which may or may not come in the future?
The level of information that was available to us at the time we wrote the EIAR and updated it with the AI would not have allowed us to present an accurate assessment. And I'm sorry to say that even the details that Mr. Patterson presents in here, and I don't criticise him for this, but even the details listed here are incorrect. We've done some validation, and this is part of the problem. So it's constantly changing as schemes develop in the pre-application and application stages, and particularly in relation to scoping sites, we would not include them in a future cumulative assessment because they are prone to change, it is going to be a difficult thing going forwards, but it is certainly the responsibility of schemes that follow into the planning system to undertake any cumulative assessment, and we now have guidance to do that.
Okay, so Dr. Patterson attempts what he calls a summary of cumulative lights theoretically seen from viewpoints common to adjacent wind farms. So that's his table 4.1 in his report. So that's internal page 13. You said that there were some mistakes and so on. We can look at those. But what in your understanding was table 4.1 trying to do? Is it an assessment of impact? Well, what is it?
I can't work out whether it is simply trying to tell you where theoretically you may see different lights from different developments from at the LVIA viewpoints, or whether it's trying to give some form of assessment of significance. And the information presented in Table 1 is in places incorrect as well. So I have some doubts about its accuracy.
Do you want to pick up, I mean, look, just to give a flavour of that, we don't need to go through all of them, but a couple of the types of imprecisions that you're talking about?
Yes, for example, the phrase appears in quite a few of the boxes, missing from SH wireline. I'm presuming that's Scoop Hill wireline. And, for example, Corrie Common, we're told Logan Head and Hopsrig are missing. They're not. They can be seen in the wireline 631C. The Gates Shore Rig and Croft Head viewpoint. It says again Logan Head and Hopsrig are not visible, but they are shown in DGC figure 10A. So it's those sort of issues that have given me some concern, alongside the assumptions around the numbers of turbines that have lights.
And just as a general point, because this is maybe relatively unfamiliar territory for the reporter, if you can see an aviation warning light, is that, in your view, unacceptable? Is it in terms of how you assess impact? Does visibility equate to unacceptable harm?
I need to be careful here, sir, because I'm not drawing conclusions on acceptability, but certainly in terms of significance, we have identified that Scoop Hill, beyond 5 kilometres, the lights operating at 200 candela would become not significant, and that's where a factor of distance tends to reduce the degree of visibility of the lights at night. I think it's a highly subjective point as to whether you find them objectionable or not. They are present in the landscape in this area, particularly to the south around Lockerbie and heading south from there. They are an outcome of the drive for a carbon transition. It's a consequence of that. And one thing that this applicant is trying to do is minimise the impacts of the lights. They've done that through a reduced lighting scheme, but they are also, as we have stated, willing to accept a condition requiring them to implement an ADLS, an aircraft detection lighting scheme, at such point in the future that that becomes viable, commercially viable, which would further reduce the effects, as the lights would only come on when aircraft enter a particular defined airspace above the wind farm.
Okay. Table 4.2. So, I mean, there are a lot of tables in this document, but table 4.2 of Dr. Patterson's report, page 17, he's put copy of updated effects of reduction in aviation lighting with theoretical numeric magnitudes from Scoop Hill added. Long title. What does that table purport to do in your view, and is it accurate?
It's an extract from part of Table 5 in the AI, and I'm afraid that some of the information has not been carried over accurately, and therefore, sir, I would suggest that you look at Table 5 if you require information on this point. But I think Mr. Patterson is seeking to demonstrate how many lights are seen at each location, but certainly in terms of the significance ascribed here, it's not accurate.
That then moves to paragraph 415, below that, where Dr. Patterson said it's difficult to understand the LVIA significance wording on the last column of table 4.2, between one viewpoint with a view of 6 Scoop Hill lights and shown as significant, the other viewpoint with a view of 16 Scoop Hill lights and termed not significant. Well, there's then a sort of rhetorical question. It's presumed that this is because one has been assessed as residential and the other assessed as a hilltop location with 4 question marks. Is that right? What's your response to Dr. Patterson's paragraph 415?
One of the ratings that Mr. Patterson's carried forward into his table 4.2 is incorrect, so that perhaps goes some way to explaining the matter. But certainly it is not just about the number of lights that may be seen theoretically at a viewpoint, but a range of other factors, a particular one being separation distance. We actually say that for viewpoint 6 at Borland, the effects would be significant for 2,000 and not significant for 200, and the same finding at viewpoint 21, where an appreciably larger number of lights is seen but from much greater distance. I think it's important to understand the methodology which is set out in Appendix 6.1, as I said, because it's not just a simple matter of saying how many lights can you theoretically see at each location. There are other factors.
We then have another table 4.2, which is on page 18. So that's called the Common Viewpoint Summary, copy of information in Table 3AI, Section 6, page 16, with numeric totals of visible red lights added. Okay. Again, a long title. What is it that you think that table is seeking to do? And again, is that supported by your methodology or what you know?
As far as I can ascertain, the right-hand column here presents Mr. Patterson's assessment of significance of cumulative effect, because that's not assessed in any of our evidence. And he's identifying an approximate number of lights at each location and attributing significance to it. But the date of 2023 leaves me confused because it's certainly not our assessment. So I'm a bit of a loss, sir, as to what this table shows.
No, I think you answered a question earlier on, which was, well, does visibility, does that automatically equate to a finding of significance or not significance? Here, you have an attempt to do that, or it looks as though that's what Dr. Patterson is trying to do. Without a methodology, are you able to discern how factors such as distance are taken into account and what the thinking from Dr. Patterson is behind it?
No, you need a methodology.
Okay. Paragraph 613. In the conclusions and observations, Dr. Patterson says if the scheme proceeds, the scheme will be set to provide a future nighttime vista of not just 17 aviation warning lights, but a vision of more than 70 from some parts of the region as the other adjacent wind farm proposals follow suit. Now, you've given an indication about the order of in the way the consenting system works, and I've got that. What about advancements in technology, and in particular ADLS, so the automatic detection lighting system, ADLS, as that may come along?
My understanding from working on the aviation lighting group is that very shortly the CAA is due to publish an update to its publication CAP 764, which will contain a section specifically related to aircraft detection lighting schemes, indicating the feasibility or viability of introducing them from a policy point of view. I accept that there are other technical constraints and consultation-related constraints to be refined and developed, but there will be a step shortly, I understand, to help to bring that closer to realisation. And it is a facility that, in the new guidance, it suggests somewhere around 90 to 95% of the time the lights would be dimmed to 200 candela. So it introduces not only an ability to switch lights on and off when an aircraft passes over the wind farm, but also that the likelihood of them being on for sustained periods of time is very limited.
Other bullet points then in 613. There's no question, you come into Moffat and there are the signs and attempts which Dr. Patterson sets out in relation to it being a dark sky town. But what he says is in his second bullet point is such a site to the passing tourism trade will totally destroy any credibility in the words dark sky town and totally destroy any peaceful mental serenity to many permanent residents. What's your response to that?
I don't think it's an accurate portrayal of the experience of the proposed development from Moffat. And I say that because we know that up to 4 lights may be seen close to the horizon from the west part of the town, but that gets appreciably less as you head towards the east side. And, for example, at the observatory, we have checked through wire lines that 1 light would theoretically be seen very close to the horizon, but at present it would be screened by forestry. So I think that overstates the potential impact on the town and its dark sky status.
There's a point there which I just want to touch on, and that is there a difference between the preservation of dark skies, so the dark sky status for the sake of dark skies, and the ability to, say, stargaze through the Moffat Community Observatory? You mentioned that. So based on what you know, would turbines, if they were lit, impact on the ability to use the observatory to look at the stars?
Given that the only light that could theoretically be seen from the observatory would presently be screened, I do not accept that it could interfere with the operation of that facility.
And I think that at that stage, preservation of dark sky town probably switches to a policy matter, and we'll come back to that later on. I think your the expertise that you've got is probably, and the views you've expressed are probably as far as I can take that. Is there anything else you want to say in relation to Dr. Patterson's evidence and dark sky impact, Mr. Welch?
No, thank you.
Good. Well, that's hopefully an articulation of the point so far as Mr. Welch, sir, is concerned. As I say, there are 2 other parts to that evidence, but I've tried to compartmentalise it in a helpful way. So that is evidence in chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Thank you, Mr. Welch. Okay, well, that very neatly brings us on to lunchtime, I think, given we're just running into 12:30. So I propose that we have an hour for lunch, and then we'll begin cross-examination with Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Welch straight after lunch. So, Mr. Welch, if you're happy to be detached from your counsel, that would be appreciated.
Can I just raise that question of site visit at night? Because I think it is helpful. We think it would be helpful for you to go and have a look at the night lights. Obviously, that means people working outside of hours if there's a council representative to come, or alternatively, we're quite happy for you to go on an unaccompanied basis. I don't know whether you have a view, Mr. Armstrong.
Yeah, Mr. Armstrong, do you have any strong view as to whether I'm accompanied or unaccompanied?
I don't have any strong view on that. I'm happy for you to do it unaccompanied. If the applicant sets out where you go, I'm happy to leave it for you to go there.
I have to say, you don't have to be that late at night, because it pulled in pretty quickly last night. So about 5:30 will probably 5:30, 6 o'clock will probably do. It was a bit of a Christmas.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening.
Certainly, we would encourage you to do that. We are happy to go.
I'm happy to commit to do that, certainly before Thursday. So I need reasonable visibility. You'll appreciate in the forecast. Sure. I think tonight isn't looking too good, but I'll try it tonight, and failing that, I'll try Wednesday night, I think.
Sure.
I'm not sure Mr. Patterson's got any view on that, or whether he's got other places.
No, it's fine, Mr. Patterson. Thank you for the offer. It's kind. I can do that myself, and then I can probably take it in from quite a few more locations as well.
Corrie Common is what we would suggest, but if you're driving there, you'll be able to see it from other locations. Yes. But we were at Corrie Common, and you got very clear views.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell.
Can I add that you look to the south of Corrie Common also? I think viewpoint 16, there is perhaps very little view of cross dikes. If you travel to the south of Corrie Common, round about spot height 236 on the modern survey map, you will find a complete view of cross dikes.
Might be helpful, absolutely. If we could just have a map and we can agree with you, Dr. Patterson, where you think the reporter should go. We're very happy to do that.
Thanks very much for giving me a doctorship.
So,
I was going to ask, actually, because I haven't been addressing you accordingly. But no, yeah, so, but thanks, Mr. Patterson. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, I think a map would be helpful where, if there are certain key locations, and then I can work around that as well, so I can just take in the full kind of extent of cross dikes.
I can also say I've actually taken some sky drone measurements at that point within the last 2 or 3 days. Would you like to see the table now or after?
No, so in terms of kind of late submissions, I wouldn't be looking to accept documents of that type at this stage, because you'll appreciate it makes it very difficult for the applicant to be able to take into account those new figures and assess them properly when we're going to have your evidence and cross-examination on Thursday. So I'd have to say not to submit those right now. If you've got evidence that you would wish to submit and you want us to take a look at that, I would say please put it to the office and I'll consider it, but there would have to be some exceptional reasons for why it's being put forward at this stage.
Weather conditions haven't allowed the measurements to be taken up until just a few days ago. I'd like you to view it first, and then I can show you the measurements afterwards, if you wish.
I'll certainly commit to viewing it. I'm not committing to accepting the evidence. Mr. Hardy, I don't know if you've got anything to say on that.
I do, because I've just closed my evidence in relation to this. So, I mean, you know, there's been plenty of opportunity. I am very wary about now accepting technical documents.
Thank you. I'd like to draw us to a close now. I'm quite happy to, Mr. Patterson, if you want, if we can have a quick word after, whilst we're in the break, just to discuss kind of how to put in kind of late submissions and how I'll intend to deal with those. Okay. So it's just gone 12:30. If you can ask us to be back in the room ready to start again at 1:30, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Before you start, do you have a list of core documents kind of that you'd be particularly referring to that we could maybe get out to start with, or shall we just pick them up as we go?
Yes, so that would be a helpful idea to have them to hand, so as, we don't need to search around for them. The RSA technical paper, which is CD 17.017, the DGWLCS guidance at CD at 15.003, and we may go on later to look at the draft guidance, but I think for certainly the start, that should be sufficient. The landscape architects, the Council's landscape architects assessment, which is CD 10.063, and the Nature Scott letters of 10.028 CD and CD 10.049, I think would be a sort of starting documents, and it would probably be also handy to have to hand Mr. Welsh's report and the LVIA, which is CD 2.050, and the updated document, which I can't now remember what the number is. Just looking through my notes, I'll find it. Oh, well, we'll come to that. I think these should do to start off with.
Thank you. Do you want to, if we just take a couple of moments just to get those documents in front of us, and then I'll hand over to you, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you.
Sorry, it was it's the additional update of the LVIA, which is CD 6.058.
I'm happy whenever you are, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you.
Mr. Welsh, have you got all these to... Good. Okay then. Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh. And you've probably got a flavour of where we're going to go with these documents, but just to give you an idea of the order, we're going to discuss things to hopefully help focus on issues. I'm going to start with dealing with all matters in relation to the RSA to start off with, and dealing with the technical paper and guidance from the DG WLCS and elsewhere, and then broaden that out to consider the visual and landscape effects of the proposal elsewhere outside the RSA. As Mr. Hardy and you in your discussion this morning agreed between yourselves, there's a considerable degree of agreement, in fact, between you and Dr. Wimble in relation to most of the main effects or main impacts of this proposal, and where there are disagreements in relation to the impacts, as we heard this in relation to them. It's not my intention to go over and go into the minutiae of dealing with these disagreements. You've got your evidence that you've presented. Dr. Wimble has got his evidence. And I'd like to concentrate really on the bigger matters, in particular the impact on the RSA and your evidence on that, and also your evidence on the extent of the effects and whether they could be classified as localised or not. And also look at a couple of other issues which couldn't be classified in these two main areas of discussion. So if we start off by looking at the Regional Scenic Area Technical Report, which is CD 0117, and you refer to that in your evidence. You quote from the description page, which we'll come on to look at in a moment, and indeed in your LVIA, you quote, I think you quote wholesale from the sort of description set out in this document, and we will look at that. But can we sort of put that in context? And it's a context which is obviously relevant to considering your assessment of the impacts on the RSA. It puts the description in context, and it also puts into context Dr. Wimble's evidence and some of the disagreements that you and Dr. Wimble have in relation to methodology and other matters. If we just turn to that then introductory section of the Regional Scenic Areas document 1717, I've got a paper copy of it here. I think the electronic copy is sort of one page out, so I think when it's written page 2 at the bottom of the document, it's actually page 3 electronic, certainly the last when I looked. But if we turn to that introduction, part 1, and let's just see if we can agree, and hopefully we can, on the context of this document and how it assists and what it takes into account. And that first paragraph on page 2 that begins, "This technical paper examines and defines." Well, I suppose it's that first paragraph, doesn't it? Would you agree that it sets out that this document is about examining and defining the RSAs? It also sets out why they were designed, or designated, should I say, that they provide protection to the areas of special scenic interest, which, I think, to quote from that first paragraph, form our most cherished landscape. So there's a landscape character element, obviously, there as well, as we'll come on to see, but there's very much a visual element, is it not? You know, the special scenic interest in that that's identified in that first paragraph. Would you?
Visual perception.
And it goes on to, and I think in the second paragraph and subsequent paragraphs, it sets out that there's a value judgment special scenic interest. And I suppose we can see from the second paragraph, it identifies, would you agree, why they're being protected. These areas are attractive to visitors in the region, but they also provide the setting for those people who live, work and play in the area. It sets out that they bring people to an area. They're a contributing factor to why people live in an area. And they're obviously of substantial economic value in the region, to the region, and of great importance to the quality of life. So there's a sort of people coming into the area, they're being protected for that, but also the people living in the area, they're protected.
Yes, they afford a local tier of protection to the landscape, and I can see that that is attractive to people who live in them or live near them.
And then, to the extent how you use this document and how it ties in with the DGWLCS, we can see in that fifth paragraph of that page 2, can we not, that these regional scenic designations comprised areas of great landscape value originally under that definition. But over the page, we can see the link between the DGWLCS and this document and how you should read them both together. Would you agree that that's another important factor when you're considering the advice and guidance on RSAs and their protection?
Yes, certainly. It's important to understand the landscape character and characteristics that sit beneath scenic designation, because those characteristics will often underpin the special qualities.
And I suppose we can see on that page 3, can we not, and what, the 7th paragraph, last sentence of that, that's the one beginning in 2011, the last sentence sets out the DGWLCS should therefore be referred to alongside this report when considering potential onshore wind energy proposals within or potentially impacting on the RSA. So you should really have them.
Yes, I would regard both as strategic documents, and both have a role to play in an assessment.
And I suppose that's why when we come on to look at the descriptions, the descriptions set out the landscape, the relevant landscape character types and the landscape character units, so you can easily cross-reference between this document and the DGWLCS.
Indeed.
I suppose also in relation to, before we go on to look at the description that's relevant to us, we can see in part 2 of this document, which begins on page 5, we've got the 1999 review process, and then we've got reference to the methodology, which sets out the factors which are taken into account when considering the designations. That's at the bottom of page 5, electronic page 6, and I think there is 11 factors that are taken into account. Yes. And I suppose before leaving this introduction, and perhaps in relation to a point that was discussed with Mr. Hardy this morning, we can see at the bottom of that page, when they're dealing with the parameters used and consideration of them, there's the section at the very bottom dealing with transition zones, and that last sentence on the bottom of page 6 over to page 7 sets out care should be taken in interpreting policies in relation to mapped boundaries, and reference should always be made to reasons for designation and the nature of the boundary. For example, where boundaries relate to visual envelopes, a tall structure on the edge of the designated area may fall within the relevant visual envelope, whilst a smaller structure may be lost over the horizon and will therefore not be relevant. So we're being told there to have regard to, obviously, factors outside the RSA boundary. Yes? Right. With that sort of introduction, let's go on and consider the description, which, as I say, you refer to in your LVIA and also in your report. And the text begins on page 37, but we can see the extent of the mapped area on page 36. And you're, well, maybe I'm oversensitive, but it strikes me that you're a little bit critical of this description, that it's not really providing that much information for you to go on to consider the special qualities. Am I being oversensitive about
it? Real issue with it, what I take issue with is the fact that we don't, we're not given a set of special qualities, so there will always be this debate about what they should comprise and what they should not.
I must be thinking of issues from another inquiry we were involved in when we discussed these matters. But can we look at it, though, to see what we can take from this page 37 and page 38? And we'll then come on to discuss at a later stage the special qualities and the extent that you disagree or agree with Dr. Wimble, but it sounds as though we're pretty close on the agreements on these factors. But I suppose that first paragraph tells you what the Moffat RSA is based on. It's the important elements, I suppose, that's the juxtaposition of the southern uplands of Hart Fell with the Moffat and upper Annandale upland glens, south to include Moffat. It's giving you the sort of the key points, is it not, in that paragraph and the following paragraphs. Would you not agree?
I actually think that first sentence pretty much captures the essence of the RSA. It's all about Hart Fell and the two river valleys coinciding at Moffat.
That's on to consider the integrity of the RSA. What the essence of the RSA is important, is it not?
Yes.
No, that second paragraph, that gives us a little bit of history as well, does it not, that the area was designated, but then it was amended specifically to include the visual envelopes of the Upper Annan and Moffat Glens as far as the ridge lines, and to include the outward-facing ends of the ridges, which are important to the views. So we're told about that. We're also told there about the unspoilt border town of Moffat at the junction of the two glens. So I suppose there's two things that really come out of that, again, when we're considering the, as you put it, the essence, or as we'll come on to think about, the defining factors of this RSA. That it's the glens, there's the picturesque town of Moffat are identified there. Would you agree?
Yes, I don't disagree with what's written there.
And then the third paragraph gives us a little bit more of the sort of the key points to consider when we're considering this RSA. Again, there's reference to Moffat, this time in relation to the setting of Moffat in these views. It's identifying the fine views across the valley from the A701, and it's also identifying how this is a popular place to come to. It's within easy reach, it's accessible to other parts of the country, and these are other sort of key factors to take into account when we're considering this.
Yes, so I was just looking for the word setting. I can't see it, but I'm trying to read the paragraph too quickly.
Was an important tourist centre. It identifies the fine views across and down the valley of the A701, does it not?
Yes, it does say that.
And on setting, it does on the bottom of the page, when we're dealing with the boundaries, it makes specific reference to the setting of Moffat, does it not, when it says the townscape of Moffat, and it's not setting, it's sitting at the junction of the two glens, citing, yeah, at the junction of the two glens contributes to the scenic qualities of the area. That clearly includes setting when you're considering that, does it not?
I don't dispute that the setting of Moffat is part of this.
And I suppose this ties in with your this I suppose goes to show the level of agreement perhaps between parties in relation to a number of issues here. But this ties within what you set out in your own report at page 24 and paragraphs 9.7 and 9.8, where you talk there, it's electronic page 24 and page 24, you talk there of the two river valleys providing defining qualities. In fact, you say these two river valleys provide defining qualities in the Moffat Hill RSA, along with the focal hilltop of Hartfell, striking geological formation that is the Devil's Beef Tub, and the scenic Grey Male's Tail. You then, in 2.8, go on to specifically refer to the A701. The scenic route runs through the western side of the River Annan Valley. So, and I assume you've taken that from really the description that we've just been looking at page 37, and you're identifying there what are the defining qualities. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm trying to describe there what I think is special about the RSA. I've known it for some 25 years, and I'm quite familiar with it, and I think those are the elements that are its defining characteristics and qualities. It's quite a simple RSA, this one. Sometimes they're quite complex, but this is actually quite a simple one to comprehend in terms of its geography.
look at that in a moment. It's also quite a small RSA. I mean, I think we can see, is there not a map at the start of the technical paper which shows, yes, it's on page 10, probably electronic page 11, which sets out all the regional scenic areas, and you obviously refer to in your report other decisions and when you were discussing likely impacts in relation to RSAs. But we can see there, for example, that the Moffat Hills one, which is marked at number 9, is considerably smaller than, for example, the Galloway Hills RSA, which is probably about 6 or 7 times larger, and the other one, which I think you referred to in your evidence.
Yes, I've actually referred to the size of this one at 1146 in my inquiry report and compared it to the Torthorwald Ridge and the Langham Hills ones.
So we can take from this discussion that it's quite a small RSA. You're saying it's quite simple, really. The key defining points in relation to defining qualities in relation to this. And these are all factors that go to when you're considering whether there has been, when you're considering what the impact at the end of the day of this proposal is on the RSA.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because, and we'll come on to look at this obviously in greater detail, but when you're thinking of these defining qualities and the views coming down the glen on the A701, the scenic route, when you're thinking of Hartfell, when you're thinking of Moffat and the views into Moffat and the setting of Moffat, this proposal is going to impact on all of these, and in relation to most of these defining qualities, it's going to have a significant impact on, is it not?
No. It's not in the RSA, it's outside it, so the impacts that it would give rise to are purely visual or perceptual ones. There would be some significant effects on special qualities. We've identified 2 that we think would be significantly affected, but not all of the qualities that contribute to the RSA's integrity would be affected.
Well, just I will come on to look at this in a little bit more detail, but on 2 of the points that you've just come back, sorry, 2 of the points that you've just come back there on. It's not in it, it's outside it. And that's why I deliberately took you to the start of the technical paper, which accepted that obviously there could be developments outside an RSA which could have impacts on it, and you agreed with me on that point, I thought. So I don't think we need to go back over that. But in relation to the significant effects and the effects on special qualities, well, I suppose we're agreed, are we not, that there are going to be impacts on the some of the special qualities. So that takes us over the threshold, as it were, in relation to Policy 4 of MPF 4, and also in relation to the Local Development Plan in relation to impacts on special qualities, does it not? So we're over that threshold.
Yes, that's very much a matter for David Bell to debate with you in terms of the policy position, but I'm not suggesting there are not some significant effects on some qualities.
Well, I agree that's as far as the policy position is, that's very much a matter for Mr. Bell. But you do give evidence on the significant effects and of the RSA and how they affect the special qualities of the RSA, and you also give evidence on the issue of integrity as well, and you give an opinion on that.
Yes, I do, as does Dr. Wimble.
I'm in no way trying to criticise you for giving an opinion, but that's why I'm asking you these questions, just to explain, to look at how you reach your conclusions in relation to the effects on the special qualities and the effects on the integrity of the RSA. Now, before we put away the, this document for the time being, I suppose for completeness, it also, on page 37 and 38, it sets out the various, as we discussed earlier, landscape character types, landscape character units, the extent that they're in, and it also sets out the boundaries at the bottom, and a little bit about the reasons for the inclusion of the boundaries. And I suppose south, east and south are obviously relevant in relation to our discussion. Would you not agree? And that we can see there, tying in with the text that we've already looked at, that it's, as far as the south-east is concerned, is extended to follow the southern uplands character area boundary to incorporate the containing uplands at the entrance of Moffat Dale, and then for the south to include the settlement of Moffat, and as we've already discussed, the townscape of Moffat, and it's sitting at the junctions of the glens.
Yes.
Right. So in that context, let's look at your analysis in relation to the RSA, and perhaps if we go to your LVIA, which is CD 250. And I suppose we should also have to hand your updated assessment as well, which I gave you the CD reference, or CD 6058, to have that to hand as well, just to see what has changed since you carried out this LVIA. So if we go to, anyway, to start off with CD 250, and the document deals specifically with the RSA at page 51 onwards, doesn't it? Beginning paragraph 6.7.354 onwards. So if we go
yes, that's correct.
Go to that. And if we just, it might be useful just to go through these couple of pages to see the extent that we're in agreement, disagreement on some of the issues, and what you took into account when you were carrying out this assessment. I suppose 6.3.354 puts these matters into context, that you identify that the southern boundary of the RSA lies a minimum of 600 metres to the north of the proposed development and extends to a maximum of approximately 14 kilometres away to the north. And you also identify there the various viewpoints that are specifically with. In this section of the LVIA, though, you thereafter don't carry out any specific analysis, do you, of the impact on views, and in particular these views? But I suppose the reason for that, you'll say, is because that's obviously set out later on in the document rather than set out in this specific section.
Yes, it's noted in respect of those views that they are in the RSA and in each of the specific viewpoint assessments.
In your analysis over the next 3 pages, other than that specific reference to the viewpoints, there's no further analysis or input in relation to impacts on these views and the visual effects of the proposal.
No, that's carried out separately in the visual section.
Did it contribute to the ultimate conclusion that you have in your section 6.7.3.54 through to the end of the section?
Yes, we could not conceivably have assessed the RSA without taking into account those viewpoints.
But there's no reference there in that section other than that.
As I say, they're assessed separately rather than being assessed twice.
You do incorporate in this section an assessment on the effects on the landscape types within the Moffat Hills RSA, and also the cumulative effects on the landscape types. But there's no similar box or table, as you call it, the equivalent to table 6.9 and 6.10 in relation to visual effects, is there?
No, there is not, but it shouldn't be inferred from that that we didn't have regard to the views when reaching our assessment of the effects.
And you set out, or you quote from the DGWLCS at paragraph 6.7.3.62, and you make, or you have 3 quotes from that, where you say the DGWLCS makes the following references to the Moffat Hill RSA. They're specific references, obviously, but you're not suggesting there that they're the only references that are obviously of importance in relation to this proposal and its impacts on the RSA, are you?
No, I'm not.
So what's the purpose then of that sort of selective 3 quotes that you set out in paragraph 6.7.362?
References in respect of those 3 character types that we thought worthwhile putting into the assessment, and we drew on those and the LCS to formulate our list of 10 special qualities.
But would you agree that when somebody is carrying out an analysis of or considering the impacts on the RSA, that, as we've seen earlier in terms of the technical paper, that it's appropriate to look at what's set out in the technical paper and also to look at what's set out in the DGWLCS, and in particular to look at the key paragraphs and sections of the DGWLCS which deal with the RSA?
Yes, and that was done as part of this exercise. We didn't simply want to copy over all of the DWG LCS into this document, so we extracted pieces that we felt were particularly relevant because they refer to the RSA.
facilities that you identify at 6.7.36 and you then go on to consider the impacts on these, and then thereafter you go on and look at the effects on the landscape types within the Moffat Hill RSA and set out your conclusions at 6.7.366. And I suppose if we look at these conclusions, there is an acceptance there, is there not, that there will be significant indirect effects on the landscape character of the the Evan and Moffat upland glens, the southern uplands, East Moffat and North, the Middle Dale, Mid Annandale, the foothills with forests, all the sort of key landscape character components of this area there will be significant effects on.
Yes, that's what we assessed. Noting that in most cases they are described as intermittent or very intermittent.
Yes, perhaps if we deal with that intermittent and very intermittent point just now, because you've obviously highlighted that. That's clearly a point that you and Nature Scott have a disagreement on the use of the term intermittent or very intermittent in relation to the impacts on these landscape character units, is it not?
I wouldn't say we have a disagreement on it, but Nature Scott felt that it was overstated in the LVIA, and as a result of that, I undertook additional evaluation using screened ZTVs because, in our assessment, the presence of forestry and woodland within the study area substantially breaks up the actual visibility, likely actual visibility. And what we're left with in these screened ZTVs, I say, is a demonstration of the intermittency of those impacts.
Perhaps if we just go to the Nature Scott response, I was going to come on to it later, but if we have that to hand, it's one of the documents that I indicated we'd be referring to. It's CD10 028.
Could you possibly tell me which of the dates it
That's
was?
the first one, the 21st of July 2021. 10-028. And just on this specific point, we'll come back in a moment to discuss it more generally in the response of Nature Scott. But on this point, I think it is page 8 of that document, which I think is also electronic page 8, where the concern or the point that Nature Scott make in relation to your analysis in relation to intermittent effects is set out in that fourth paragraph, or the second paragraph under effects on landscape character. Is that correct? Beginning, whilst there is broad agreement with the findings of direct and indirect, short, there appears to be reliance on the intermittent nature of the effects with some character areas, and then obviously it's all got to be read for context, but the conclusion that we consider the use of the term intermittent reduces what appears to be the proposal's fairly substantial influence across these landscape types.
I think the first most important thing I should point out is that this is obviously in respect of the 75 turbine development, not the 60 turbine development. Purposefully changed the effects on the west side of the scheme and south side of the scheme.
It's the methodology, it's the point of the use of the word intermittent that we're dealing with here. Obviously there has been a change, and we'll come on to see in due course when we examine this letter in greater detail and see the extent that the change proposal has addressed or dealt. Let's call it the methodology that I'm considering, and the use of that term intermittent here in relation to impacts on landscape.
When carrying out the assessment, my colleague and I observed that most of the visibility of the original wind farm was intermittent across several of the character types, but the original ZTV, of course, doesn't take account of vegetation, and I think that may well be part of the what led Nature Scott to conclude this. It says there appears to be a reliance, there was a reliance on the intermittent nature of the effects, and I stand by that. The effects are intermittent because of the nature of screening in the landscape. Simplest examples to say, if you take account of the Eskdale Muir Forest, screening.
Well, we'll come on in a moment to look at the updated documents that you've got that and the JW documents 2, 3 and 4 and the extent they take into account forestry, and we'll discuss that. But dealing with the methodology, at this stage, perhaps if you could have to hand CD 2051, which again is part of your LVIA assessment, the methodology section, which is Appendix 6.1, just so that I can understand how this intermittent fits into your analysis. I was going to deal with this later in relation to methodology, but let's just deal with it now, because we've got into the discussion about intermittent, and we've looked at what Nature Scott has said. And can I just be clear how this all fits in with the methodology that's set out in that Appendix 6.1, the CD 2051. Hopefully you've got that to hand. And it's not about the methodology. There's no, don't have any issue in relation to the methodology set out in 2.051. I suppose it's more the application of that, particularly in relation to this issue of intermittent. And if we turn to Section 1.5 of that, which is on page 3, and it deals with the assessment of effects on landscape character, and it helpfully sets out the approach there in relation to considering the sensitivity of landscape character receptors, the susceptibility to change, the level of sensibility, and then it goes on to look at next the magnitude of change on landscape character receptors. And at 1.5.8, we see there's a discussion of the size or scale. I suppose the first, second and fourth bullet points an analysis. The first one setting out the degree to which the pattern of elements that make up the landscape character will be altered by the proposed development through removal or addition of elements of the landscape, the magnitude of change. It then goes on to set out, and the second one, the extent to which the proposed development will change physically or perceptually, the characteristics that may be important to the creation of that distinctive character of the landscape. And then that fourth bullet point, the extent of the proposed development that will be seen from the landscape receptors. Visibility of the proposed development may range from one turbine to the next, and generally the greater the extent of the proposed development can be seen, the greater the change. It then goes on to identify the geographical extent and the geographic area over which the landscape effects will be experienced is also evaluated, and this will vary a reflection on the extent of the landscape receptors that will be affected by visibility of the proposed development. And then there's the levels of magnitude of change, and all of this ultimately feeds into the significance of effects on landscape character receptors. Is there, I was going to classify this as double counting, but maybe it's double subtraction. Is there not, in effect, a double subtracting when you can take into this, and then you're coming to a conclusion on the significance, and then you're almost sort of caveating again or bringing it back into the equation by saying, well, yes, it's significant, but it's intermittent. Is that not a degree of double subtraction rather than double counting?
My immediate response is clearly not, because Dr. Wimble finds that we have overstated our assessment appreciably in relation to several receptors. But what we do take account of is all of those factors that you outlined there, apart from duration and reversibility isn't always discussed, because it, that can distort a finding. But visibility of the proposed development is an element of magnitude of change, and given the pattern of significant effects, we felt it was appropriate and clear in this case to point out that they were intermittent, and that's what we did when explaining how the significant effects were manifested for each receptor.
Well, and again, maybe it's my sensitivity, but is there not an attempt here almost to devalue the finding of significance by using that phrase intermittent? When in actual fact, the issue of intermittence, or the extent of that you can see and experience the proposal from the landscape character area is already factored in when you're considering the size or scale, the geographical extent, and the other factors there set out from 1.5.7 to 1.5.12.
I don't agree. I think it's helpful to explain to the reader the nature of those significant effects. We haven't attempted to devalue, I think was the word that you used. We try to carry out an objective assessment, and it is the case that the pattern of significant effects is intermittent. In other projects it may not be intermittent, it may be continuous, but I don't shy away from saying that the effects here are intermittent because of the reasons we've just discussed.
I'm not suggesting that you're shying away from the acceptance that there's significance, but I'm suggesting that you're not trying to, in one sense, sort of caveat that by saying or reducing the importance of that finding by adding the intermittent point, or adding intermittent to that, when intermittent is already assessed in the earlier process that's highlighted and set out in paragraphs 1.5.7 through to 1.5.11.
I don't think so. I think it helps to explain to the reader the nature of those significant effects, and that was the purpose of including it.
perhaps whilst we're on this point in methodology, another point that I think you made earlier in relation to the discussion this morning with Mr. Hardy, as far as would you agree that the role of adjacent character types in contributing towards the overall character of the type is appropriate to assess? This would include consideration of where adjacent or nearby landscape character types may provide containment, a backdrop or skyline, or increase or reduce the experience of scale or complexity, or combine to provide a notable scenic whole. These are all factors to take into account.
I would say that surrounding landscape character types can be, not accept is that when assessing the specific effect on an LCT, that you can undertake that assessment when you're not in that LCT. And I think that's the principal difference between our approach, our methodology, and Dr. Wimble in terms of landscape character. But I certainly would not say that those surround the context is important.
Overall character is relevant. The backdrop of skyline is relevant. The assessment of the potential effects of development on adjacent character types and vice versa is relevant. This includes assessment of intervisibility and potential effects on nearby landscapes and landscape types that are more closely juxtaposed and contrast strongly with surrounding landscapes may be especially sensitive. This is looking at the context. I suppose we're going on to another issue here as well.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with anything that's written there. The context is important. What I take issue with is a very specific point about carrying out an assessment of an LCT when you're not in it. As I said this morning, I regard that to be more of a visual amenity point or a perception point, which is a visual facet.
And you wouldn't say that what's set out there in relation to landscape context envisages you considering of the adjacent character types?
I don't take issue. I mean, that central, the middle bullet point says the assessment of potential effects of development on adjacent character types and vice versa. You go to those character types and you assess the effects of the adjacent development. I don't think that conflicts with what I've said to you.
You refer to at paragraph 6.7.362 of the LVIA. You have 4 quotes there. And the second one, well, let's just deal with them in order. The first out is at 6.7.362 is the Middle Dale, and the reference to the far northern tip of Mid-Annandale is included in the Moffat Hills RSA. Its importance is in providing the setting of the unspoilt border town of Moffat, where it nestles at the junction of the upper glens of Annan and Moffat. So straight away there, we've got, going back to our discussion earlier about the importance of the setting. And I suppose the initial point there, we talked about when we opened this discussion that you couldn't see anything that specifically referred to setting of Moffat, but I think that's clearly a reference to the setting, and as we see from the RSA technical paper, you've got to read the DGW LCS and the technical paper together. Would you not agree?
Yes, and our assessment found a significant effect on the setting of Moffat. So I don't think we've not missed a point there, I would say. We only found significant effects on 2 special qualities, and one of those specifically refers to the setting of Moffat as one of those findings. So I maintain we've done our job properly.
If we just, as we've got the DGW LCS to hand, and if we just go to that, the Middle Dales section and the relevant section of it, I think it begins at page 116, is it? Yes. 115 deals with Lower Dale and Middle Dale. And I think you say your quote comes from page 120. I think it's actually out by a couple of pages, and you using the earlier version of this document, not taking any point. I'm just thinking when you're starting to look for, obviously, these quotes, I think you're 2 pages out and you're numbering. Is that correct?
It may well be that we were using the 2017 version at the time we wrote the LVIA, because it was written. I would need to check. I mean, there's not a great deal of difference between the 2. The differences are fairly limited, but that may explain the page reference.
I think the quote's the same, but the page references, I think, for all of the, certainly, I think 3 of them, or 2 of them are out. Maybe the 3rd one isn't, but we'll come and look at that in a second. But the relevant section of the DGWLCS, as we can see, starts at page 115 when dealing with the Lower and Middle Dales. And I suppose, well, we can see in that first page that these dales have a high sensitivity to, there they were considering turbines of above 50 metres. But we can see the key constraints in relation to the dales on page 117. Is that correct?
Yes, the key constraints to development within the LCT.
Yeah. And then if we turn on to, just for completeness, the Upper Glens, which is the second quote that you make, page, you referenced to 152. If you turn on to page 149, that's the section dealing with the Upper Glens. And I suppose for completeness, as well as the quote that you make at paragraph 6.7.362 of page 152, there's also the reference in the description and summary that the majority of these upland glens are designated as RSAs. Landscape sensitivity would be high, medium. It is set out on that page 149. But also, and I suppose this is a quote which you don't refer to in your LVIA, either in, I don't think, this section, it certainly don't. You.
No, because the key constraints relate to the upland glens, and the proposed development is not in the upland glens.
But it's mentioning there, I suppose, that there clearly a concern in relation to developments elsewhere and the impact they will have on the upland glens, is there not? It says the upland glen at the upper edge of the valley, this is the third bullet point, where the irregular-shaped enclosing ridgeline is visually prominent against the sky when viewed from within the glen, and which would be sensitive to wind turbines sited in these glens and in adjacent upland areas. That's relevant, isn't it?
Yes, it's in there as a key constraint applicable to the upland glens. It is.
But you don't mention that in your LVI?
No, we don't.
Then, just for completeness, in relation to the southern uplands, and your quote, quote from page 342, in relation to this area, I suppose, again, I'm looking at the key constraints. There's page 340, paragraph 24.4.3, identifies in that second column the second bullet point, the important contribution that these sculptural and open uplands make to wider scenic qualities, particularly forming dramatic backdrops to the well-settled dales as recognised in the RSA designation that covers the majority of these uplands. And then there's specific reference in the next bullet point to the Devil's Beef Dub.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to go back a little bit. You're
Yes, that's correct. And it was the quote on page 340, the bullet point in the second column, the important contribution, and the reference to the RSA designations, and also the reference specifically to the Devil's Beef Dub in Upper Annandale. Again, you don't quote that in your section, do you, in relation to the references to the 6.7.362. And I don't think that's quoted, is it, in your analysis earlier in the LVIA, is it?
I don't think that bullet point is quoted, but of special qualities, we failed to adequately capture some of these qualities we described.
I'm dealing here with... Yeah, I'm not dealing with that point. We'll come on to that in due course. I'm dealing with your paragraph 6.7.370 and the references that... the wrong paragraph, 6.7.362, where you say the DGWLCS makes the following references to the Moffat Hills RSA in relation to special landscape types. And I suppose to tie this together, what I'm saying is that you're very selective with your quotes, in that there are other references, and just to tie this in for completeness, these references that I've made in relation to the constraints aren't quoted in the earlier sections of the LVIA when you deal with the specific guidance in relation to, from the DGWLCS, in relation to the landscape units, are they?
LVIA, I will need to check that.
Well, you can check that, but let's go on. They're certainly not quoted in the section in relation to the RSA, are they?
They are not. But the whole purpose of that part of the LVIA is to identify and draw out the special qualities of the RSA, and I maintain that the list at 67363 is a perfectly fair assessment of that, with one exception, and that's the grey mare's tail, which I conceded this morning should have been in that list.
I'm dealing here with the analysis that you set out in the in that paragraph, and your analysis in your table 6.8 in relation to table 6.9 in relation to landscape types and the guidance that's set out in the DGWLCS, because I thought, as we agreed earlier, in terms of the technical paper, it was important to look at both the guidance in the technical paper and also in the DGWLCS and the constraints, I suppose, identified in DGWLCS.
I agree it's important to have regard to both, and we did.
I can no doubt come back tomorrow And would you agree that it's not just about considering, when one comes on to consider integrity, it's not just about considering how many special qualities are affected. It is also about considering the landscape and visual impacts in relation to the RSA and how they feed into the defining issues that the RSA has been designated for.
Yes, I agree that it is not just a number of special qualities.
And I suppose let's deal with the viewpoints point here that you refer in at 6.7.354, as we've already discussed, to the viewpoints 1, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 21. And we've got your position on these viewpoints, and we've got Dr. Wimble's position on these viewpoints, and I suppose to take 2 points in relation to these specific viewpoints. As far as viewpoint 9 is concerned, do you agree that whilst that is the identified viewpoint, there's other views if you walk further, walk towards the Old Kirk graveyard, and if you walk down past that, and along, is it Well Road? I mean, there's a number of other views that you will get a clearer view, as it were, of the turbines, or some of the turbines that you can see.
Yes, I mean, the location of viewpoint 9 was agreed with the council to represent the high street. We've obviously produced other viewpoints, and you can compare how visibility changes from viewpoint 9, particularly to the cemetery viewpoint, which is figure 5A, and there is very little difference in theoretical visibility, with one turbine hub, maybe two turbine hubs being visible. And of course you can take into account the forestry on Craig Fell in front of it as well. I say our assessment of Moffat overall low and not significant stands for these additional viewpoints as well. And the closer you move along, the further you move along Well Road, closer to the site, visibility will drop.
Well, we've now got we've got the advantage. It's obviously when you prepared the LVIA, we've now got the advantage of the additional viewpoints, the DGC viewpoints, and there's viewpoint 5 that shows the old churchyard. We've also got, I suppose, viewpoint 7 in CD 90001, which is the Gallow Hills viewpoint, and also, importantly, I suppose, for recreation, the viewpoint 6 from the golf course, which is obviously a higher view, and you've got a large number of turbines and blades can be seen from that viewpoint.
Viewpoint 6 is very similar to viewpoint 8, slightly less informative than viewpoint 8 in the LVIA.
And I suppose just whilst we're on the mentioned, we've got viewpoint 7 obviously now, which is popular walks, tourist destinations to Gallow Hills, but we've also, looking at the sort of setting of Moffat, we've got viewpoint 11. You suggest that you don't see the setting of Moffat from viewpoint 11, but you can see the church tower, can you not? Certainly, as you're coming down on that road in that area, as I did yesterday, I might add, I wasn't driving, but we can all see for ourselves. You can, when you're coming down that road, you get glimpses and see it. You see the church tower in the distance, and the setting of Moffat.
You have to come down some way from the beef tub before you can start to make out the settlement of Moffat, I would say, because of the amount of vegetation in Annandale. But it does gradually reveal itself as you descend from the beef tub. And obviously, viewpoint 10 captures the final bend in the road before you turn into the town.
Well, we can all see for ourselves doing that drive and looking at these viewpoints 10, 11, 12. But I suppose what we're all agreed on, though, is that there will be a significant effect on 10, 11, viewpoint 10, 11, 12, and I suppose when we're talking about the RSA, viewpoint 20 as well. And that there will be a significant effect on... Yes.
Beg your pardon, do you mean viewpoint 20?
There will be a significant effect on all of these views, and there would be a significant effect on the A701 as you're travelling between these viewpoints into Moffat?
Yes, we've assessed significant effects at those, although none of them are of the highest order. As we've said in the RSA assessment, there would be a significant effect on the perception of the setting as you come into Moffat, but not from Moffat, inside Moffat itself. And it would be an effect on the setting of Moffat that would be of a lower order of magnitude than you currently experience from the A708 approaching Moffat from the Moffat Glen, where hair stains is particularly apparent on the skyline. In terms of order of magnitude, it would be of a very much lower order of magnitude than the operational hair stain. And I would encourage you to go to that sharp bend in the road on the A708 circuit, look at that.
Well, we're dealing here with the impacts just now on the A701 and your conclusions on that. You've produced the JW2 documents, and I suppose I did say JW2, 3 and 4, which I did say that we'd come on to look at. And you do... caveat their use, I suppose, in your caution on their application in your paragraph 8.11 of your report. I suppose, well, you accept that you've got to be careful when you're considering or when you're relying on commercial forestry when you're assessing these matters, because it is commercial by nature and it will eventually be chopped down. And
replanted.
And replanted, but that obviously you're taking, my understanding of your assessment that you've carried out in relation to the JW documents is you're taking an assumption that the cover is 15. The forestry cover is uniformly 15 metres high.
Yes, that's correct.
And I suppose if we look at it in two ways, first of all, considering the forestry on site, and then considering the forestry out with the site, we can see, well, from the information that your clients have produced in relation to what forestry is going to be felled on site, we can turn to the series of documents as at CD 6.160 to CD 6.164 to get an indication of what is to be felled. To what extent did you take into account that information when you were preparing these new documents to the inquiry?
We took into account an assumption that there would be a clear fell area around each turbine where it is located in commercial plantation, and that is shown in the JW series of figures.
So that you took into account CD 6, perhaps we just go to that, CD 6.163. Yeah, we'll have a look at all these documents, CD 6.160 through to CD 6164.
Yes, we took account of that.
Yeah. So that's the proposed felling, the, as it were, the keyhole felling, as I think it's called, that's identified in that document. But of course, I suppose if we go back a step, we can see, can we not, from CD 6160, an indication of the, and we'll come on to look how this changes, but an indication of the existing long-term forestry plan and felling phases. And we can see in that, can we not, that certainly as far as that northern section of forestry is concerned, most of that is proposed to be felled between 2023 and, say, 2035 to 39 for the pink areas, but a lot of it before then. Did you take that into account?
No, we did not take that into account. As I said in my report, we made an assumption, and I caveated that assumption with the explanation that forestry is rotated and removed and replanted. It was not, I think I'd like to say to the reporter that these figures were only produced to help inform my inquiry evidence. They did not underpin the assessment in either the EIAR or the AI, which were based on bare ground ZTVs. I felt I wanted to try and tackle this intermittent issue and produced these to help inform that. They are useful in that they are provide an indication of the level of screening that exists. Height, which I believe is not unreasonable. But I've acknowledged that, of course, areas planted.
And we can see from CD 6160, certainly in terms of the current felling phases, the areas that are going to go, and they're the areas to the north of the site. And also, I suppose, there's a fair bit of felling, albeit later on in 2036 to 2040, in relation to the Womfrey Water Valley. Further south, the and get my pronunciation right, the Drafe Water Valley. There's also some felling going to take place there.
That's the nature of commercial plantation.
And I suppose to assist in considering the age of these plantations, and indeed the plantations immediately to the north of the site, and I'm thinking of the ones on that plan immediately to the north.
Through which
we can see from CD 6162 the planting by decade of all the forestry on site. We can see that a large chunk of the northern sector of the forestry on site was planted in the 1980s. So that's over, well, it's 40 years ago, so you can see why it's coming up for felling now.
Indeed.
And I suppose if we go, if we look immediately north of the site, and is it Yadborough Hill, Big Hill, and Waite Hill, certainly from looking at the plantations there, they look of a similar vintage, do they not, to the that 1980s planting, which is to the north of the, which is in the site in the north. And we can see that there's felling going on just now, indeed, in relation to the plantations around Yadborough Hill, Big Hill, Waite Hill. Can we not?
Yes, we can see, when viewing from Moffat, you can see areas of felled and replanted crops on the side of Big Hill. I would say perhaps, I'm not certain, but I think that perhaps to the west of the, to the north of the Southern Upland Way.
But again, I take it that wasn't taken into account when you were preparing your any of your JW documents.
No, I've explained. I think what I've done is we've taken the OS data layer for forestry and woodland and applied a height to it in the 3D model.
But I suppose for completeness, certainly in relation to the felling proposed on the site, there is a proposed alteration to the felling phasing, as they're not in CD 6164.
Yes, there is.
Thank you. So when we're considering all these JW documents, we've got to very much bear that in mind, and when we're looking at them and comparing them to the earlier work that you've produced to assist in the LVIA assessment, you should look at both documents, should you not?
Yes, you should. That's what the assessment was based on, the bare ground. Useful to from a point of view of comparison.
Might be just helpful at this stage. I'm taking this slightly out of the order that we're going to look at things, but with that background in mind, can we and your conclusions in relation to your report, in relation to other matters and other guidance, could we have before us CD 10063, which is the Council's landscape architects analysis and advice that you quote from and refer to?
I'm afraid there isn't a link for that. This is the 1st of March.
Yes. We've certainly got a link in our one. It is in the memory stick that was provided to... Yes, sir. mind if you want to have a 5-minute break and get this up? I thought, and I'm taking this slightly out of order, but I thought we'd do a little bit on this next, and then we'll go to the Nature Scott documents, the two that I've already referred to, the two letters, just to give you an indication.
Just give me the CD reference again, and I'll make sure I get it up during the break.
CD 1028 is one of them.
Thank you.
I'm feeling the other one is CD. Is it CD 10?
I think the
49.
Yes.
I think the other one was CD 1063. Was that right? That's the council. That's the landscape architect.
Yes, but I'm talking about the Nature Scott stuff that Mr. Welsh was asking me what the references were. But
I think it's CD 1063 that you didn't have. Is that right, Mr.
I will get all three of those now.
Okay, very good.
1028, 1049, and if we just do the whole Nature Scott bit together, if you could also have 1725 to hand. 17020.
Just to give people a chance. So if we could be ready to restart in 10 minutes, so that's 3:15, please. Thank you.
Copy of CD 1063 to hand. Good. Thanks. Now, I suppose to put this in context, you refer to this assessment in your report, I think at page 29, I think paragraph 9.26, you recognise the rigorous and professional assessment carried out by the landscape officer. You identify it's carefully balanced at paragraph 9.27, although you accept there that she concludes that the revisals do not go far enough, but I think you then suggest that the landscape officer is seeking to mitigate all significant landscape and visual effects altogether, and you recognise or you identify that that is not possible for this type of development. And I suppose taking this in a one-on with another issue that we're going to deal with the landscape architect's report, you also identify, I think, paragraphs 1110 and 1119 and 1120 of your report, that there's a degree or a considerable degree of support within the DGWLCS for this proposal and the guidance pointing to this area for development. And I'd like to consider these comments in the context of what actually the landscape officer does conclude in her very detailed and, as you say, rigorous and professional and balanced assessment of the proposal. And if we then, sort of on that introduction, turn to this document dated March 1st March 2024, we can see from page 2 of this document, when she sets out the overview in relation to DGC land provisions in the Scoop Hill AL scheme do not fully mitigate the significant landscape and visual impacts anticipated on what would be a substantial scheme in the uplands and foothills south-east of Moffat. And I suppose the key points she identifies at the bottom of that page 2 and at the top of page 3 in her analysis, particularly the last bullet point for our purposes as we're considering the RSA here, the revisions do not go far enough in terms of addressing concerns raised by turbines to the north of the scheme, and she identifies that significant landscape and visual impacts would occur from some consistently problematic turbines, TS 17 to 21 and TS 72 to 75, and to a degree they tie in with Dr. Wimble's criticism in relation to these turbines. But the first point I'd like to sort of take from you in relation to this is that would you not agree that the landscape architect had considerable concerns remaining in relation to this proposal?
I spent quite a lot of time with the landscape architect undertaking design review workshops, looking at the scheme as it was emerging, and we went to great lengths to accommodate her concerns. At the end of the day, we weren't able to accommodate all of her concerns, but nonetheless, whilst she had reservations, she came to the conclusion that the scheme should be supported. And on balance, view from her.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, my understanding is that she recommended no objection.
Well, to put in context of what our recommendation was, page 7 of this document does not set out at the top of page 7 purely in terms of the degree of adverse effects on sensitive landscape and people using recreational routes here, the proposal would merit a landscape objection. Is that not her?
With the qualification, qualifications of other factors at 1.2.2.
Well, her position there is that purely, she goes on to explain that position as we go through the document, but she sets out that purely in terms of the degree of adverse effects on sensitive landscape and people using recreational routes here, the proposal would merit a landscape objection. She then goes on to say that there's factors that have got to be taken into account, 1.2.2, and then she concludes that provided the recommended conditions are applied and enforced with compensatory mitigation put in place, see 1.5 for recommendations, and further mitigation of the impacts in dark skies from aviation lighting sought, Scoop Hill might be deemed acceptable. So she's saying purely on landscape impacts and impacts in relation to recreational routes that would merit a landscape objection, but there are other factors she's taken into account, and it might be deemed acceptable. It's a very guarded not object conclusion, is it not? Because she's clearly saying that if it goes purely on landscape, there would be merit in objection.
I don't want this to get in any way be seen as a personal comment, but this officer is known to be an extremely rigorous individual who has recommended objections to the Council on numerous wind farm projects over very many years, and for her to reach an on-balance decision to recommend the Council supports Scoop Hill Wind Farm suggests to me that she took an extremely balanced and well-informed view of the pros and cons of this development in landscape and visual terms.
You accept in your in your report, to very much praising the landscape architect in general, to her rigorous and professional attitude to assessing proposals. You go on to her balanced approach to matters. But again, we can see on page 12 of this report that she concludes that taking together the degree and range of impacts arising from Scoop Hill considered in policy context of LDP would merit a landscape objection. She again identifies on page 12 that the proposal would merit a landscape objection, looking at it in that context, does she not?
That is what she says, and then on balance she recommends the council supports the project, subject to conditions which she set out.
And we can see that she clearly has concerns. I'm sort of jumping ahead there, but on page 6, for example, she clearly has concerns in relation to the northern turbines of this proposal, impacts on the northern part of Scoop Hill. Impacts on the northern part of Scoop Hill have not been addressed. Significant landscape and visual impacts would occur from 9 consistently problematic turbines on the uplands east and north of Moffat. She clearly has a particular concern again in relation to the impact of 9 of the turbines to the north. Does she not?
She does. But she reached an on-balance recommendation having regard to all of the factors.
When we look at the key...
May I just add to that?
Certainly.
Beg your pardon, on page 7, the bottom of page 7. I mean, this is it. You can take little extracts out of this document as you like, but she makes that final point in the final sentence that the Scoop Hill AI scheme can be argued to have gone a long way to addressing the most impactful siting and design issues through the series of design reviews. That must have been a factor in her reaching this balanced decision to recommend no objection.
Well, that's obviously set out in the other factors, but when we go on, and we'll look at this in a little bit more detail in relation to our analysis, but when we go on to page 8 and we look at the key issues, and so she sort of sets out in her detailed analysis the key issues in relation to this proposal. And I suppose there's 3 she starts off with on that page at one point, starting at 1.3.1, that Scoop Hill would be a prominent influence in the local and mid-range landscape due to the scale of the turbines, wind farm spread and aviation lighting. The effects would be cumulative in nature, in the more open valley or elevated viewpoints where the wider pattern of operational consented wind farm development becomes apparent. For more enclosed valleys, Scoop Hill would introduce development, and in these cases, typically only part of the scheme is visible. So she's identifying her first selection of main concerns there. She then goes on to look at the specific impacts in relation to the Moffat Hills and her concerns in relation to those impacts at 1.3.2, does she not? These are key issues in relation to this proposal.
Yes, this is what she set out her evaluation.
And we can see that her other key issue of concerns in relation to views and outlooks from the Southern Upland Way at paragraph 1.3.3, views and outlooks from Annandale, we can see as another major issue which she has concerns about in relation to this.
in relation to the views and outlook from Annandale. She notes that the scheme would be partially visible, but for the most part set back and associated with upland landscape beyond the immediate setting of the main valley. There are factors in here that helped her reach a balanced view, I would say.
Her analysis is she's clearly got considerable concerns in relation to this proposal, and we can see that, can we not, when she goes on to look at her summary of findings in relation to the landscape character assessment at 2.2.1, page 14 of this document, and page 15, where she identifies and sets out that Scoop Hill would give rise to significant direct landscape effects on the following host landscapes. She identifies them, and then she identifies that Scoop Hill would give rise to the indirect landscape effects set out over the page.
She sets out pros and cons, if you ask me.
Well, there's a considerable number of cons here, is there not, that she's identifying her concerns in her detailed and thorough, as you put it, analysis of the impacts.
I think it's important that the reporter reads the whole document and gets a full impression of her evaluation, because we could keep going. I can quote back to another point which I think shows a more balanced assessment, and I'm happy to do that if that's the right way of proceeding.
Well, let's look at what our assessment is in Appendix 2 in relation to her consideration of the proposal against the guidance in relation to the DDWLCS, because as you recollect at the start of this discussion, I said there were really 2 points going to this document. One, to look at the extent to which the landscape architect was supportive of this proposal, but about the proposal, but secondly, in relation to the analysis in relation to the DGWLCS, which you identify as providing support in principle for this proposal. In fact, you say providing support, I think. So can we look at Appendix 2, where again there's this rigorous and professional and thorough analysis that you refer to in relation to the proposal against the DGWLCS. I think it starts on page 54, electronic page 54 of the document Appendix 2. And she goes through each one of the units, and let's just consider analysis. And first of all, would you agree that it's certainly a more detailed analysis of assessment against the key points of the DGWLCS than the LVIA assessment carried out?
We didn't go to the landscape character assessment for each unit. That's where the DGWLCS is evaluated in relation to landscape character. If we've got, she's considering character here. If we're going to go through her character, then we also need to see what we said against each of the character assessments.
Well, my point was there's a more detailed analysis here, is there not, in relation to the guidance set out in the DGWLCS than there is in your LVIA. Would you agree with that?
I'm just hoping to give you an example, because the capacity study informed the assessment carried out of landscape character in the LVIA?
I'm not suggesting for a moment you didn't refer to the DGWLCS, and there are, except some quotes in the LVIA, but particularly in relation to the key constraints that are identified in relation to each one of the units. The landscape architect goes through a detailed analysis of the key constraint and the effect that, the extent to which this proposal is either neutral, supportive, or against the guidance. Now, that exercise was not carried out in the LVIA, was it?
Well, I would say that the assessment of sensitivity, or of value, susceptibility and sensitivity in the LVIA for each landscape character receptor drew heavily on the capacity study. I'm looking, for example, at the Annandale 18.1 and 18.2 at the moment, and there's huge tracts of text copied in from the capacity study, which then inform this assessment. So I would resist any suggestion that we didn't have full regard to the capacity study in reaching our assessment.
Well, let's look at this then in a little bit more detail, and you can tell me where the assessment is in relation to these, if you want, and the analysis. But let's look at the conclusions set out by the landscape architect, starting with the host units and the Eskdale Muir Southern Uplands with Forestry LCT 19A. And she starts by identifying the key constraints that are relevant, and she identifies rim of open-topped rugged higher hills extending from Loch Fell at northwest to Eskdale Muir unit, visually prominent from the Corbetts of Whitecombe and Hartfell in the Moffat Hills. And the other one, occasional areas of more complex landform and deeply incised valleys, some of these masked by extensive forestry. And she identifies the extent that these constraints are affected or impacted by the proposal, and she identifies in relation to that first bullet point turbines to the north of the scheme, in particular those as close as 500 metres, such as turbines 11, 15, 17, 20, 72 and 75, are an issue in relation to that constraint. And then in relation to the second constraint, she identifies that whilst not listed as one of the examples, the head of both the Drafe and Womfrey water valleys are deeply incised, the former open and latter forested turbines 11 to 22 and 71 to 75 all have the potential to impose on these valleys. So she's identified the constraint, and she's identified the part of the proposal that is an issue. Where is that exercise carried out in relation to the LVIA and the identification of the constraints and the issues?
I would say that is set out in against each of the landscape character types assessed in the LVIA. And
are the specific constraints identified?
All the descriptions are included in full. Sensitivities discussed in detail, talks about a range of criteria, talks about association with adjoining character types.
The question, Mr. Welsh, was, are the constraints identified?
They are not copied into here. No, they're not copied into here.
Thank you. If we then go on to look at the landscape sensitivity criteria guidance that she sets out in paragraph A.2.1.5, bottom of that page 54, sets out in terms of the detailed guidance for very large topology turbines set out in the table for LCT 19A, consideration of the following land sensitivity criteria relevant for the Scoop Hill. And then I think she sets out 6 bullet points where she specifically takes the comments from that section of the DGWLCS and analyses the proposal against them. Again, could you tell me where in your LVIA that exercise is carried out?
It's carried out in the landscape character assessment.
Is there an analysis against each one of these specific bullet points?
No, but each of those criteria is discussed in terms of the assessment.
So there isn't a specific identification of the guidance issue and an analysis specifically in relation to each?
No, there isn't.
Thank you. So let's just look at these in a little bit more detail. The first one in relation to scale and openness, and the landscape architect in her, as you put it, professional and rigorous analysis identifies that with respect to Scoop Hill turbines in LCT 19A, after design revisions D1, D2, turbines T11 to 14 still occupy edge hills and with potential to impose on roads and settlements. And I suppose taking this then with the second one, with landform, she identifies that Scoop Hill turbines T11 to 22 and 71 to 75 all have the potential to impose on the incised glen heads of the Drave and Womfrey water valleys. So there's identification of a concern there and identification of the issue that's set out in the DGWLCS and the extent to which this proposal has an issue in relation to that issue, as it were. Is there not?
I think it would be almost inconceivable to find an operational wind farm situated in Scotland that you would say ticks every single box in a capacity study. It's inconceivable, and that is why it is strategic level guidance, which very clearly says it is for the role of an LVIA to examine this in detail. This is a strategic document.
Yes, but what the landscape architect is doing here is applying the key pieces of advice and applying them to this proposal. Is she not? For example, if we look down to the views and visibility, she identifies, that's the final bullet point, turbines to the north of the scheme, and particularly those at close to 500 metres, such as turbines 11, 15, 17 to 20, 72 to 75, are least likely to be screened by this ridge. So there's a concern in relation to the guidance set out there in relation to development on this ridge line.
This landscape architect clearly had some residual concerns. You know, we've glossed over an important section of her assessment there at A2.1.4, where she recognises that it is the only unit in D and G to have any potential for very large turbines, and gives reasons why.
Yes, but she also does she not identify the caveat to that DGWLC sets out? All development should avoid the more pronounced open-topped hills, which provide an important backdrop and containing edge to smaller scale valleys and upland glens and areas of more complex landform. And it's through the analysis, is it not, in A2.1.5, that she sets out her concerns in relation to these points?
She sets out her evaluation of the project against that strategic guidance and reaches the settled decision that this is not a project or this is a project to support.
Well, we're on to her analysis against the DGWLCS. We've looked at what her position was on objecting, but we can see at the end of these bullet points on page 55, before we go on to the next host unit, that she identifies another concern that also of concern, but not an issue picked up in the DGWLCS, are the views into the Eskdale-Muir unit from the south and southwest, mid and lower Annandale, from where the underlying landform does not register as being highly visible, as it is foreshortened, but the very tall turbines would be highly visible features on it. And I suppose this is going on to a topic that will come on to the extent whether this has more than localised significant effects. She's identifying here that part of the concern is this issue in relation to the views that will be had of this proposal from afar. Is it not?
She says what she says. Yeah.
Then if we go on to the next, then,
it is possible to have a different opinion, and I have a different opinion to her about the effects of the development.
I appreciate you've got a different opinion, but I'm looking at it in the context of not just, obviously, the opinion of the landscape architect here, but looking at it in the context of the DGWLCS and the guidance, which you say, or you set out, is supportive of this proposal. And we'll go through each one of the host units just to see to the extent that the guidance is or is not supportive of this development. And I'm not on the question of taking a sort of opinion. We'll look at the landscape architect here as identifying that she thinks that the proposal is contrary to this advice. I'm doing that, but I'm also identifying the key parts of the DGWLCS in relation to this proposal. I'm doing it through this document because the LVRA does fully consider the key parts of the DGWLCS. So, on that basis, can we go to the Annandale foothills? And she identifies in that first paragraph at the bottom of page 55 that 15 Scoop Hill turbines will be sited in the north of the Annandale unit of LCT 18, west and east of the Drafe Water Valley, an area not strongly influenced by wind farm development. The DGWLCS notes wind farm development strongly influences the character of the southern part of these foothills. She then goes on to, at the end of that paragraph, identify that, however, textual and visual sensitivity area due to the indirect and visual effect of the valley. And she considers she has concerns in relation to turbines 40, 43, 45, 50, 52, 51, 53 and 55. Does she not standing the advice set out in the DGWLCS?
I think there's a very important point just to make here, which is that the capacity study does not assess the Annandale foothills for very large typology. So there is no guidance in the Annandale foothills related to that we can apply to this proposed development.
Well, the landscape...
And we just glossed over that point, but it's a pretty key point. There is no assessment provided.
Well, she identifies that it's relevant to have regard to the key constraints and opportunities, does she not, at paragraph A 2.2.3, and she then sets out, first of all, the turbines that she has concerns with, and then identifies the specific comments within the DGWLCS that she considers are relevant. Are you suggesting that these comments are not relevant in the bullet points at the bottom of 56 and the top of 57?
I would say that we cannot. The capacity study very clearly tells us that the only character types that were evaluated in 2020 for the very large typology were those that were considered in the previous assessments, and so we only have guidance for 19A. We don't have any guidance for the other host LCTs.
Are you suggesting then that that the sections dealing with key constraints and opportunities in the DGWRCS aren't relevant then?
Well, by its own definition, they don't relate to the very large typology. They provide some context, but those character types, it explicitly says in this document, are not assessed against the very large typology.
The DGWLCS sets out in each section or in relation to each unit key constraints, does it not?
Yes, it does, before it goes on to assess
before it goes on to assess the various sizes of turbines, does it not? You're not suggesting that the key constraints identified are not relevant, are you?
They're not relevant, but they're not irrelevant, but the document tells us that it has not assessed those character types for the very large typology. So that means the constraints don't apply to the very large typology.
You can pick, can we agree, you could pick any one of the chapters of DGWLCS. They're all set out in the same style, or generally the same style. They set out an introduction, a description and summary of sensitivity, and then they set out key constraints, opportunities, and then they set out specific guidance on developments of different types, whether it be turbines of 20 metres, over 20 metres, over 20 metres, over 100 metres, and that's where they go on to look at the topics, summary, description, and assessment for the type of unit. But because there's an assessment carried on in relation to small, medium turbines, doesn't mean that you don't have regard to the key constraints that are identified before that analysis, do you? Because the key constraints are relevant for all types of development, are they not? Or all types of size of turbine. Can we agree, though, that, well, let's look at the key constraints that the landscape architect identifies, the key relevant passages that she identifies. As we did for the previous unit, let's do it for this unit. It's at key constraints and opportunities, page 56 at the bottom there. She first of all identifies the turbines that she has concern with, and then she sets out the quotes in relation to the constraints. And the first quote is the narrow, small-scale settled valleys which weave their way through these foothills, most notably the Drafe Water Valley and their respective tributaries. Would you agree that that is a constraint to development?
It is certainly a constraint to development, but for that, it was in my chief this morning, I explained why I did not consider that part of LCT 5.2 to have been properly characterised, because we're not in what I would say the Driftwater Valley is characterised. We're in a densely forested glen, well beyond the open area of the Driftwater, which I think is much more appropriately defined by the characteristics in the study.
First of all, we're agreed that it's a relevant constraint, and secondly, well, if we then look at the analysis that's set out here, sorry, I didn't have my microphone on there, so I'll repeat that. First of all, I think we're agreed that it is a constraint to have regard to, but secondly, then, can we come on to look at the analysis that the landscape architect identifies the various turbines that she considers would impinge on the Driftwater Valley and the Caldwell Burn tributary valley. Are you saying that she's wrong on that? That these turbines wouldn't?
I don't believe that these turbines would have an adverse effect on the characteristics of the Drift Valley that the capacity study seeks to protect. And if you look at JW2, you can see that they are located deep into the coniferous plantation.
Can we at least agree that it's a factor to take into account as a constraint? You disagree with the approach, or you disagree with the conclusion of the Council's landscape architect on that? That's at the bottom of page 56, top of page 57. 56, she sets out the quote. 57, she identifies that the turbines she refers to would impinge on the Driftwater Valley and the Caldwell Burn tributary valley.
A bit of a loss because turbines 42, 43, 49 on, well, certainly 42 and 43 are over a kilometre from the Driftwater Valley, where it is in dense commercial plantation. So I'm not sure how she has reached that conclusion.
51, 50.
Well, 50 and 51 are located close to the Driftwater, but in an area where it is in dense commercial plantation. And what I'm saying is I don't think that if you read the capacity study, is one of the defining characteristics of that LCT, that it is in dense commercial plantation. And that's why I maintain, as I maintained this morning, that there is an inconsistency in how that part of the boundary has been drawn.
Well, we can see for ourselves from, is it viewpoint 6? I'm just checking that's the Borland. Yes, from our Borland Church, yes. We can see from that and the photo montage and that, the extent that the turbines 51, 53 and 55, and indeed turbine 50, will be seen from there.
Yep.
the point, well, one of the points I'm hoping to get across in our discussion in relation to these bullet points, that they are factors that should be considered and should be analysed, are they not, each one of these bullet points as potential constraints against development in this area, and it should be considered the extent to which the proposal offends, as it were, the constraints.
I say not, because the capacity study doesn't provide guidance on these LCTs for the very large typology.
That's going back to whether you have regard to the key constraints at the start of each chapter, or whether the key constraints at the start of each chapter or each unit are predicated on the later on analysis in relation to turbine size. And so can we take it that's been your position that you've taken, and your position that you've taken in relation to the LVIA assessment?
In my inquiry report, I have not. I have stated that the capacity study does not address very large typology in those other host types.
In relation to so many of these constraints, then, aren't identified in the LVIA.
Well, they're not constraints that the capacity study has constructed in respect of the very large typology. The landscape architect has carried out a detailed evaluation, and I don't say that that is an issue. I mean, no, she's perfectly entitled to carry out this evaluation, but if we are to follow the strategic guidance in the capacity study, it tells us it hasn't assessed those host types.
We'll come on in actual fact. I was hoping to sort of cut down the discussion in relation to the DGWLCS by going through it this way, but if we go through it this way, we'll then come on and look at in detail actual fact what the DGWLCS does say, and how you apply that document, and also, as we'll come on and look at how other reporters have applied that document and what regard they've had to the constraints, and I suppose in particular the approach that you took in relation to, I'm thinking of the example of the far-side proposal. Suppose we have a document that actually does identify the key constraints and carries out an analysis of them. We can see from this document in relation to this unit that there are, I think, 5 constraints that are identified that should be considered. And we can see here that there's an analysis in relation to each one of these constraints. Yes, can we agree on that?
That's what the landscape architect has done, yes.
And then you see after that, once the landscape architect has considered the key constraints, which it would appear she certainly interprets the DGWLCS as providing that these constraints are relevant to all types and size of turbines. She then goes on to look at the specific guidance that's set out in relation to this unit, in relation to turbines of under 50 metres height. And so that's the next section, is it not, of the document at A.2.2.4, where she looks at the guidance for development under and sets out that under guidance for development, the DDWLCS identifies that capacity for development has largely been reached for turbines due to the listed constraints in terms of the detailed guidance for large topology turbines set out in the table for LCT 18, considering the following landscape sensitive criteria would be most relevant for Scoop Hill. So she then identifies what would be most relevant for Scoop Hill, and again she sets out another 6 bullet points in relation to that specific analysis, does she not? And no similar analysis has been carried out, has it?
No, it has not, for the reasons I've stated and for the reasons that the landscape architect notes there. Capacity has not been assessed.
And then, if we go on to the next one, then the next host unit, the Dreyf Water Intimate Pastoral Valleys, LCT 5, again, the landscape architect follows a similar approach. She has concern in relation to identifying them and setting out the key constraints and opportunities in her section 59 and identifying then the specific guidance thereafter. And in relation to the key constraints, again, she identifies that there are 5 key constraints relevant for this proposal, does she not?
They're not relevant to this proposal because, as she says earlier on, the drift unit has not been assessed for the very large typology.
But she identifies there that the relevant quotes, the quotes that she considers are relevant, and then carries out an analysis in relation to each one of these. For example, bullet point 4, she identifies an analysis in relation to the settlements and other key features. She identifies the relevant viewpoints, and she identifies her concern. And then she and then under the A2.3.4, she carries out the same approach in relation to the specific quotes and sets out her key concerns in relation to each one. For example, the second bullet point, even following reduction in size and removal of turbines would still impact on important cross-valley views from the church. And she had issued in relation to the turbine of in relation to that, these bullet points. So there is a detailed analysis here against the DGWLCS carried out. Yes?
Yes, I'm going to sound like a broken record.
Yeah.
GWLCS explains that there's no assessment for these character types.
Sorry. Come on to that in due course when we go through the DDW. So, if we from that analysis and assessment in relation to the extent they consider and consider the extent to which they're still relevant in amended. Now, how can we general in relation to nature? Scott's they not, that they will now only object in relation to proposals that are raising national matters of national interest.
Yes, that's been the case for quite a while.
And we can see that from their CD 10 49. We don't necessarily need to go there to accept that our current approach to advising upon wind farm planning applications is to focus upon impacts on Scotland's nature that potentially raise issues of national interest. Yeah.
Yes, although as I've stated in my inquiry report, there are instances, quite recent instances, where they have decided to object on the basis of their Landscapes of Scotland map, which identifies nationally distinctive landscapes. So, although there have been no national tier designations engaged, they've still taken a view that aspects of the landscape merit an objection on the basis of this national Landscapes of Scotland map. Been a number of examples of that.
Well, come on to consider the relevance of the national Landscape Scotland approach in relation to the approach that other reporters have taken in relation to the document. Examples of recognition. One of them was in relation to the North Lothian application. First of all, I think their objection, well, we can go to the, you've lodged their objection letter. 7 years, I'm sure. In that letter, at that time, they identified that it was the distinctiveness, the important contribution, the distinct. Did they?
In relation to a site that was not subject to any national designation in the southern uplands.
Yes, but their basis was that there was effectively a national issue there, because they set out that we consider that this area makes a significant contribution to the distinctiveness and identity issues.
No, it's not. It's not when they talk about national. Well, I won't purport to say what. But Nature Scot seeks to protect nationally designated landscapes, national parks and national scenic areas. Their map of nationally distinctive landscapes doesn't have any, I wouldn't say has any statutory national protection to it in the same way that NSAs and national parks do.
Well, they identified that it was a Scottish issue in relation to that. That's a national issue in relation to the North Lothian proposal. And I think the same, did they not use the same language in relation to the other proposal that you mentioned?
At Harryburn, yes, they did.
I think it was also about 5 or 6 years ago, wasn't it, or 7 years ago, that they objected.
I don't think it was quite as long ago as that. I seem to remember giving evidence during COVID, but
objection there might have been earlier than they, well, it would have been in the inquiry.
It certainly would have been before the inquiry, but I'm not aware. I mean, they will clearly, in my opinion, they will object to a development if they think it triggers a nationally important issue, and they haven't done so here.
Yeah, and that's what they set out in the letter. I'm glad we've clarified or agree on. So can we look at what their concerns were in their letter of the 21st of July 2021, and consider to the extent that these concerns have now been addressed. So that's CD10 2008. And that but I suppose in their summary on page thirdly, they set out that they're concerned that this is just simply too large for the site. It's really a lot of issues. The horizontal spread appear to overwhelm the skyline, particularly as appreciated in west and northwest. Occasional reduction in the number of turbines. So they were the four big things that they issued in their advice. Three of them the concerns. One, that matter could be considerably improved. Yes. And they with that summary, they set out a little bit more detail, did they not, in relation to the proposal on pages 7 through to 10, I think. And let's look at their concerns and look at the extent to which they've been addressed with your proposed changes to the scheme, can we? And if we can start with at the bottom of page 7, they
we're not starting. We're missing the wildland section, are we?
Yeah, I was just going to deal with landscape policy and guidance on this. Well, I suppose I'm maybe jumping ahead of myself, because they identify the DGWLCS obviously as important assistance to the consideration of this proposal. Do they approach as the landscape architect for Dumfries and Galloway Council to the analysis and application of the DGWLCS?
I cannot recall.
Okay, well, let's look at it in a little bit more detail. At the bottom of page 7, it sets out one big concerns, but obviously feel free to come back and comment on other passages if you want. But they identify concern in relation to the impacts on the Drafe Valley unit of intimate pastoral valley. And they identify there's currently no wind farms there, that the study notes a high sensitivity to turbines greater than 50 metres in height, and that there's no scope to accommodate large turbines without incurring significant adverse effects. And then, interestingly, I think I've got very similar quotes from the landscape architect for the council, so that would suggest that they're following the same approach, does it not, to the landscape architect in using this document?
Yes, they are using a part of the document that has not undertaken an assessment of very large turbines. And these are obviously the comments in relation to the 75 turbine scheme.
So to be clear, you consider that the Nature Scott and that the council's own landscape architect are misinterpreting and misapplying the DGW LCS.
I'm at a slight loss to understand why you would apply when it has not been written with that.
Well, we've already discussed that, but it looks as though, does it not, that Nature Scott have adopted the same approach as Dumfries and Galloway Council's landscape architect in relation to interpretation and application of this document and dealing with the constraints. So I and the, as you've said in relation to the landscape architect, are incorrect.
Well, they're entitled to do what they wish with that document, but if you read the document, it tells you that it hasn't been assessed. So you're applying guidance that has not been developed for what you are assessing.
But they have identified the three bullet points that they consider are relevant to consideration of this proposal. Do they not? They set out the key constraints are, and then they identify that, as they set out at the end of that, large turbines sited on the edge of these upland areas could dominate immediate skylines to these valleys. The heads of these valleys are particularly sensitive to wind development, and multiple or extensive development seen in skylines could affect character and views within these valleys, and that is their concern.
That is their concern, and there's some validity to those considerations in relation to most forms of wind farm development.
So can we agree that these are clearly issues that when the reporter is considering this and the Scottish ministers are considering this, they should take into account that issue and these constraints when they're considering the impact?
I would not suggest that the reporter takes account of parts of the capacity study that have not been written with the correct typology in mind, but the constraints identified here are what I would call fairly standard considerations about avoiding sensitive interfaces with between uplands and valleys. What I say is, as strategic guidance, it identifies 19A as the only landscape character type in the whole of Dumfries and Galloway with potential, with lower sensitivity and capacity for the very large typology.
Yeah, that's up to 200 metres, of course.
It doesn't limit it at that. And now we have the new guidance, which extends it to 250.
Well, we'll come on to look at the new guidance later. But we can see here that there is, again, mirroring, in fact, what the landscape architect of the councils has set out, the concerns in relation to development on, as they put out, the prominent skyline of development, and that the scale of development and in particular over the page the effect that it's likely to have in relation to more sensitive landscape character units. That's a concern that they identify.
Well, I can read everything they've put there, and clearly they've set out their assessment of the application as it stood at that time.
Mm-hmm. And it's helpful that they obviously identify the turbines that they have concerns on in relation to all of this advice. We can see to the extent that these turbines are still in the part of the scheme or are not, can we not, for ourselves?
Yes, the turbine numbering has not changed.
And then they identify their concerns in relation to visibility and views, and they've got 4 bullet points that they identify there, and I suppose one still would in relation to the scheme that's now proposed before the Scottish ministers would be the first bullet point, and in relation to the scheme, they'd still be.
That's what we assess.
It would still be
perhaps of a lower magnitude.
But it would still be a significant impact. There would be a significant impact on the views from
yes, we have said that.
So we can see from this, and we can all read it and go back and look at the more updated LVI assessment, the extent to which the Nature Scot concerns that they identify in this letter are still relevant. Most of them are still relevant to the proposal as it.
And had it wished to object, it could have found a device to do so.
Well, that's got to be seen in the context of what it sets out in relation to when it objects. In Europe, report and the approach that the Scottish ministers and the Scottish ministers' reporter in that case took to, I think, similar evidence to what you're presenting today and similar arguments. And if we could turn to the four-side decision and report. So I'm conscious it's 4:30. I think this section would probably take about half an hour. I'm certainly happy to go on if Mr. Welsh is happy to go.
Yeah, I'd like to carry on for now. Yeah, thank you.
So, could we, and there's a number of points that I'd like to take from this this decision, and so could you have it to hand? We'll look at the report first of all, which is CD 1827, and then we'll go on to look at the Scottish Minister's decision. Now, I think you were the landscape architect appearing for the applicant in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Yes. And I think it was, in fact, if not the applicant in this case, it's a related company of the holding company in relation to the same applicant that's applied for this permission.
I don't know what the business relationship is between them.
Okay, don't worry about that. Okay, can we look at some of the sort of key points and conclusions on this that are relevant to the discussion we've had so far, and I suppose are relevant to the consideration in relation to the DGWLCS, and the impacts on the regional scenic area, and also some of the other arguments that you advance here. I suppose if we start by putting it in context, that this is, I think it was the Langham RSA that was the relevant RSA here, of similar size to this one. It's one of the smaller RSAs, is it not?
It was the Langham Hills RSA, and the proposed development was in it.
Yeah. And I think your evidence, and this, I suppose, comes on to another issue that we've yet to touch on, which is the issue of whether it's a localised. This, in relation to Forside, was generally that there'd be, what was it, significant visual effects. There wouldn't be any significant visual effects beyond 13 kilometres, I think it was, and there would be there wouldn't be significant landscape effects, certainly up to that level. Was that not generally your evidence?
I would have to look that up. I don't sort of remember things like that for 2 years.
When you are referring to this in your evidence, you specifically refer to this decision in your report.
I refer to it in my report insofar as advising that in cumulative terms it's been refused consent and comes out of the cumulative picture.
Yeah.
I don't rely on the assessment in it.
Well, if we turn to paragraph 3.19, page 26, which is... No, we're still on Forside, which is the applicant's case. We can see, I think there was an agreement in that on the basis of the identified viewpoints which were agreed with both councils and Nature Scot, there would be no significant visual effects beyond a 13.4 kilometre range. This is considered localised for a wind farm of this scale, was, I think, your evidence at that. And you also advanced an argument in relation to the Landscapes of Scotland map, And I think we can see that at paragraph 3.33 on page 28.
That's in the summary of the Council's case, yes.
Yeah. Well, if we turn on to the reporter's conclusions on landscape and visual effects, which starts on page 36 onwards, at page 39, paragraph 3.105, I think it's, again, in reference to the argument in relation to the Landscape of Scotland map, and the analysis in relation to that. At paragraph 3.105, there's a quote from the reporter. It says, "The applicant's position is that the development site is no more or less distinctive than other parts of the southern uplands." I think you use exactly the same this case. There is then a discussion in relation to the Landscape of Scotland map, and there is essentially a rejection of your arguments in relation to the classifications set out in relation to that, which I think was also rejected at the North Lowther by the North Lowther reporter and the Scottish ministers in that case, as they're not reading paragraph 3.1.
The reporter did not entirely agree with our assessment.
Well, it was the use of the landscape of Scotland's map and the attached general reference to the analysis attached to that.
Yes, the Landscapes of Scotland map came up in relation to this development because it had been used by Nature Scott as a means to object at the North Lowther inquiry and the Harryburn inquiry, and we pointed out that that was not a means for it to be. There hadn't been a means for it to be engaged at Forside, and I would say the same here. Nature Scott could have objected to this development had they wished to, on the basis of its Landscapes of Scotland distinctiveness, and it chose not to.
Well, it came up, did it not, here, both at North Lowther, at Forside, and here, because you make reference to that quote that the applicant's position is that the site is no more or less distinctive than other parts of the southern uplands. You rely on the analysis supporting the Landscapes of Scotland map, and the reporter didn't think that that was a particularly helpful argument, didn't she?
I'm not sure that's how I read that paragraph, but
okay. In relation to, I suppose, there's also the point that you referred to at that case, in that case as well, the significant effects being intermittent and very intermittent. I think we can see that over the page, in page 44, paragraph 3.133, where we see that the LVIA indicates that the likely significant effects on the RSA coincide with those identified for landscape character receptors. These are referred to as intermittent, very intermittent in all instances. So you ran a sort of similar argument in relation to defining the significance, or as I put earlier, sort of caveating the significance by using the terms intermittent and very intermittent.
We did. It's the same methodology. And indeed, it's, we're encouraged in GLVIA to identify the geographical extent of effects, and that's what this term does.
Well, we won't go back over what we had our discussion on methodology earlier, but the point I'm referring to here is that set out, that was your argument advanced at that inquiry and summarised there at 3.133. Again, when the reporter goes on to make conclusions, her conclusions in relation to the intermittent or very intermittent, does she?
No, the reporter reached a different conclusion on the landscape and visual effects at that development. Two sites are very different. That site sat in an RSA.
Well, it was in relation to the caveating of the effects as intermittent and very intermittent. The reporter didn't adopt that approach or that application of methodology that you use.
Not in this paragraph. I can't see it being used there. And she doesn't refer to it as us making our case. I mean, she refers there to it being in the LVIA.
And in that case, we can see at 3.134 set out various conclusions in relation to the RSA and what she took into account when considering the issue of integrity. And it wasn't just, I suppose, having regard to the scenic qualities only. It was having regard to the impacts, both in terms of landscape character and visual impacts, was it not?
I'm not suggesting that this reporter should do otherwise. In this particular case, at least half the development was in the RSA boundary.
Yes, but I think, I don't want to go over this. I'm trying to just pick out relevant points from it, but I think in the far side one, the LVIA suggested that there was no impact on the special qualities. I think in cross-examination you accepted that there was impacts on one special quality. But anyway. Can we turn on to the overall conclusions of the reporter in relation to that paragraph? And this is coming on to obviously our later consideration in relation to localised effects. I think there, in relation to landscape character, we've seen where the evidence was in relation to visual effects, but there I think the conclusion was that the effects on landscape character would 5-kilometre radius. Is that correct? See that from the first point of page 61.
Yes, and there isn't a magic formula here. Every scheme has different geographical.
Yeah, and we'll come on to
depends what comes out of the assessment.
Yeah, and we'll come on to look at that later in relation to your discussion about localised effects. But I suppose for this scheme, the Foreside one, that's 13 and a bit kilometres in relation to visual and 8.5 in relation to landscape character, and the Scottish ministers concluded that it went beyond a localised extent, did it not? That was the conclusion. It was, we'll come on to it, it's page 16 of CD 18-28, the actual decision.
Sorry, Mr. Armstrong, could you give me that reference again?
Certainly, it's CD 18.028, and it's, we're perhaps jumping ahead of ourselves by a couple of minutes here, but trying to take it short, that's the decision letter of the 22nd December 2023, and it's page 16 of that, which I think is typed electronic page 16, where it's set out in 5 paragraphs from the bottom of the page. The Scottish ministers considered the proposed development as contrary to policy 11E2 of MPF4 in that there are significant adverse landscape and visual effects, and the predicted effects would go beyond the localised extent assessed by the company.
Yes, and they go on to say that the appropriate design mitigation had not been applied in that case.
But going, as I say, slightly getting ahead of ourselves, if we go back to the report, and the overall reporter in that case that in paragraphs 921, I think that's just to tie in with the Scottish ministers' conclusions, that it's 921 where the reporter concludes that the effects are more than just localised effects. And I suppose there, and this comes on to a discussion I'm sure we'll have tomorrow, that there's an identification there that when considering localised effects, it's not just geographic effects, is it? And I think you go some way towards accepting that in your report. But here, in the analysis that's carried out by the reporter in that case, 921, there's an identification of other factors which are not just geographical in that conclusion, is there not?
Oh, there are, and I have set out at some length in my inquiry report the factors that I considered when evaluating the term localised. So I've covered that in my IR, in the terms that I consider it relevant.
And I think that's also set out in her overall conclusions at paragraph 10.4. So we may all be come on to consider this. She's concluding on.
That's the conclusion that reporter came to.
Sorry, I had, when we were dealing with intermittent and the argument on that, you said that you weren't sure about what the approach that the reporter took. I suppose we can see that, can we not, page 40 of the document, when there's a discussion, again, in relation to your evidence, where you're talking about the intermittent effects, we can see how the reporter disagreed with that analysis at paragraphs 3.111 through to, I think, 3.115.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a question, but
well, it's just that there was a disagreement of the use of the word intermittent again in relation to your caveating significant.
came to a different conclusion.
Sorry, I think I'm probably finished on that topic. I'm going to go on to another topic that might be best for tomorrow.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Given it's 10 to 5, I don't want to push on beyond 5 o'clock, so that would be a natural break. Do you have a rough indication? I'm not putting you under any pressure, but just a rough indication of how much further cross-examination you intend.
I think we're certainly within the time that I thought I would finished within an hour tomorrow.
That's helpful, thank you. Okay, thank you for a productive day, and Mr. Welsh, work matters, if you're excellent, that sounds good. So I will endeavour to make my site inspection tonight, weather conditions permitting, so I shall venture out. As I said this morning, we'll be starting at 9:30 tomorrow, so please don't forget that. Don't turn up at 10, please. And I'll see you all then. Mr. Mundell.
Yeah, I was going to say before, just before we broke for lunch, I'd also be keen, if you're doing that other site activity, if you were willing to go and look at the aviation night lighting sort of closer to this location, just from the playing field. I think it's viewpoint, I think that's viewpoint 10 as well.
Is that to view cross dikes?
No, as in the viewpoint, at night, the dark viewpoint for viewpoint 10 from the, I think that's on the edge of Moffat. Just in relation to some of the points that came up in the evidence we heard.
I'm very happy to do that. I have actually done that at night time already, but I will, yeah, just so it's fresh in my mind for this discussion. Very happy to do so. Yeah, no problem. Is there anything else before we conclude for today? No? Thank you. Well, have a restful evening. Thank you.